There you go. All right, y'all. It's time. Give me that thing.
Good to see you. I might came through. The man stole. For the song. The 203 crew. Come on, chillin. Turn the party out, bro. The EK crew. I'm with my Fairfax crew.
I love it when a plan comes together. Cheers.
I got five on it. I sit with that, see my feet. Come on now. The 1800.
1800. Come on, Joe. Good morning, fellow Cannabisians. Episode 106 of Sourced Up Sunday. Way to go, baby. Cheers. And we've got a great live stream planned for you today. Once my fucking laptop charges up, I don't know why it fucking wasn't, but we're going to go out and do some live maintenance on the plants. Check out the garden. It is fucking a jungle out there. I had no idea 2-3 months ago when the plants was this big that them shits was going to be as tall as me by now. We got a lot of lollipopping, supercropping, defoliating to do. I need to water these motherfuckers. It has been dry with where I'm at. And we're going to take some clones. That's the other good part. We're going to start off, since I was waiting for the damn laptop to charge. We're going to do this little Hindu Kush review. Hold on. Can I get that glare out that bitch? Better. No, still got the glare in that bitch. There we go. Much better. Little Hindu Kush review. We're going to basically break out the elements. Once we go out in the garden, we're going to learn about natural farming, which has pretty much brought me my success in the garden. A combination of brown rice vinegar, lactobacillic acid. What the fuck? What the fuck else do I do? Oh, diluted seawater, fermented seawater. All this help to help the plants thrive, grow, get their hormones, enzymes on, all that good stuff. Oh no, I am a drinking music. I'm feeling cheated. Give me 1 second. Or do I need to just pump it up? Okay, there we go. A little better. There we go. A little bit. Now I got it going on now. Heck yeah. Where's the... Okay, Chicky Chat's there. And just for you, where the hell we at? Bam. Second cam. Roll up the J's, check everything out. Gonna have the Hindu Kush going. We're gonna be able to view everything, and we might as well go ahead and get it started right now. We're gonna check out some of the buds for this thing first. Hold on. So let me, boom, get rid of that. So we can look at some of what we're about to roll up. Fresh out the bag, baby. Oh, damn, it's a real nice bud. This is my homie from work gave me these. These are auto flowers he grew from Grower's Choice. This is the Hindu Kush. It's got a pretty nice dark color, like a hashy smell. Put that there. I'm gonna get one more bud so we can check it out. Yeah, this is another good one. I think he did. For an auto flower especially, he got some pretty nice buds out of it, I think. It looks better on that side. And you can see it's been chunked out on this side. Like a little umbrella. But yeah, from that side, looking mighty. And turn it around. Hey, you missing something, ain't you? But I'm very happy about that. I'm very lucky and blessed and fortunate that my coworker, no shoot, I need to go this way. That my coworker accommodated me with some Hindu Kush. I had traded him with some skunk one, I think. And that's what got him so excited. Hold on. Something not right. First off, yeah, we need to see Iron Man a little better. Then, pump me up a little bit. There we go. There we go. I need a little bit more headroom there. You can see me better. Now, for this Hindu Kush, let me go ahead and get the cam back on. And we can roll it up with my little Elements Phantoms right here. My new favorite choice of papers, by the way. So I just crumble this bad boy up. One hand on you. Throwing one hand on you, baby. Just to kind of get the creases and slow burn rate going. And this also helps you to roll the J. You can maneuver it a lot better than when it's just a straight sheet of paper. I didn't know that when I was younger. And whenever I try and roll a J when I was like 15, 16, we would be popping out like popcorn and the shit. All right, cool. Got our paper. Now, to make my handy dandy filter, if you don't mind. Oh yeah, we don't need that part. This is just really the side of the cigarette pack. You can use any kind of cardboard, hard paper to make one, so you don't have to keep buying the raw ends. And just roll it up like so. Then I give it a little squeeze on each side, and that kind of makes it into a circle versus being square. Boop, bloop. Pop that into the end. Now for my Phoenician. Even though this did cost like $100, this was like a great investment, I feel. I'm gonna put all of that bud, spread it out. Get it from around the center magnet. That could probably go on that side. Two times. Yeah. Oh my God. I didn't eat my Wheaties this morning. Holy shit. All right, there we go. That was tough. I was like trying to break the cuffs. All right, boom. Got the paper ready? Yes, check. All right, everything's all ground up, I feel. Give it a tap to kind of flatten everything out. And let the magic begin. There we go. Uh-oh, we got a straggler, baby. We got a hanger on her. So, yeah, let me go this way with it. And away. Oh, don't drop out. And away a little bit. There we go. All right, all broken up and shit. No, I was dropping pieces on the damn laptop. There we go. Got you, baby. And I realized me being right-handed don't really help for making video purposes. But, nonetheless, baby. Here we go, the Hindu Kush. Spread it out. There we go. It's all in there. Get out of there. Cool. Got you. Covered. Hindu Kush review, baby. As promised, we starting what was going to be the second act first. And what's going to be the first act, which was going in the garden and doing shit, that's going to be number 2. So let's roll this J up. Let's roll it up. Roll it up. Once I start, I never stop. Roll it up. I hope it's strong pod. There we go. Roll it up. There we go, there we go, there we go. Let me get my head on the right side. Boom, boom, boom. Evenly distribute this. Distribute these bullets evenly. Bomb, bada, bomb, bang, 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 ding, 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 dong. Jing, 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 roll a J. All right, cool. Everything cool. Push in my little filter, a little something, something. Something, something. Something, something just ain't right. There we go. Now something is right. Boom. Nice little roly roll. Nice little tucky tuck. Licky lick. Tight around the back filter. Boom. Boom. Get the front readies. It's Hindu Kush time. There we go. Hindu Kush time. Time for this review, baby. There we go. Now we actually don't need this no more. You can take a breather. You can take a breather, baby. You serve your purpose. Thank you for your service. Camera number 2. There we go. Thank you for your service. Now, for our Hindu Kush review. Like, it smells real perfumey. Like leathery. Like incense. Earthy. Like wet, muddy. Let's give it a burn. Give it a burn. Whoa. Right away, I just get hit with like earth and musk. It was like mud and not a skunk. Earth and ferret put together. Like a mink. A furry mammal. A furry crawling mammal. Little bit of residual sweetness. It's somewhat hashy, but not like on the really roasty side of hash. I think the complexity of everything is just of the earthiness. It's kind of all merging and blending. But it's a real, like dank mildew, wet mud, leathery type of taste. Ooh. I can feel that shit hit me. The Grower's Choice Hindu Kush Autoflower. And I will say my homie did a good job of curing this shit too. Hell yeah. All the flavors are coming out. I want to say, am I getting a little, not necessarily citrus, but something. Is that like a lemon peel? Orange peel? Like just the peel, not the actual meat of it. Floral. That's what I'm getting, like a wet mud, leather, like leather jacket. I can't pick up on what the floral is. Not like a bergamot, not a rose, not a lavender. I guess more like a, what you call it? Not the flower petal, but the actual leaf of a plant. It's tasting like, not necessarily chlorophyll-y, but the taste of, if you ever chewed on a weed stem or anything. Ah, Lunar Stoners. This made me jealous. I actually do want to grow some auto flowers now that this has come out so well. Hold on. Like, I see the results of my homie's auto flower. Come on, glare, go away. You can't see that shit. Go away, glare. Go away. How did I do it before? Oh, there we go. Okay. Got you. So there's some pretty decent buds in there. And then I was thinking also it'd probably be easier for my wife to grow some damn auto flowers. So why not? Wake and bake. Yeah. Wake and bake and drink too. I'm glad everything is going well for you. I'm trying to let my laptop fully charge because I'm gonna put both cameras out there in the garden when we go out there. And woo! It's a jungle out there, literally. So I can't wait for y'all to see that shit. Actually, I got we'll look into some trichome production. That was the next video I wanted to look into. Was us. I guess let me get a couple more puffs of the Hindu Kush so I can rate it too. The high is pretty nice. I can really feel it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a creaminess to it. Like a hashy creaminess. It's not necessarily the burnt flavor of hash, but it's like that creamy inhale feel of the hash. Yeah, this is nice. I'm actually trying to order photo period version of the Hindu Kush. Purple Kush. Sorry, hold on. Purple Kush Afghanicas, and you want to mix it with Skunk One. Purple Kush and Skunk One. That could be pretty fucking good. I like the sound of that. And I like earthiness, hashy, like more sativa, uppity strains more than downity strains. Hold on, I almost forgot. Let's look into trichome production because we're about to hit flowering outdoors. It's August now, I'm guessing, right? Oh, it's the fucking 2nd August. Holy shit, wake up. Welcome to the conversation. I want to ensure, because this is like stretch week 1, that I can hurry up and get all the things that I need to have the best trichome production, best monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, and all that other stuff I hear the people talking about on the podcast in the cannabis. Hopefully it can be waxy, oily, greasy, sticky, and very flavorful. That's basically the hope. So let's go into our little intro portion of the show where we look into how to maximize our trichome. Shall we? We shall. Let's go, baby.
Forget the one-size-fits-all harvest rule that tells you to wait for a specific percentage of late-stage gland coloration.
And I see y'all can't really hear the shit too good neither, so let me get it together.
And in resinous aromatic cultivars, that rule can quietly sabotage the very thing you're trying to preserve. The bright, high-volatility aromatic compound.
All right, hold. Because I think just from the little 3 words I just heard when I got the audio correct, oh, it sounded like this was going to cook.
Forget the one-size-fits-all harvest rule that tells you to wait for a specific percentage of late-stage gland coloration.
Okay.
That standard is convenient, but convenience isn't precision. And in resinous aromatic cultivars, that rule can quietly sabotage the very thing you're trying to preserve. The bright, high-volatility aromatic compounds that define a cultivar's most energetic, vivid expression.
No, absolutely. Hanging on to, like you said, the volatile terpenes are like citric, the Valencias. What else is a tough one to hang into? The very proficient lanalules, like the little minor essences in the earthiness as well. How I'm used to, I guess, a wet ground, like I guess after rain taste, smell. This was actually more like just mud cultured up, like a mud pie. So whoa, this is a different experience and a earthiness taste. I guess also like close to tree roots or pulling up roots, smelling that fresh. That's probably actually what the fuck is this shit called? Fulvic acid and the other amino acid. I forget the shit. I'm bad. Hopefully this will help.
If you're harvesting based on conformity instead of chemistry, you're not timing a peak, you're timing a stereotype. Here's the uncomfortable truth.
Oh shit.
The moment you choose to wait a little longer is often the moment you begin trading clarity for heaviness, brightness for density, sparkle for dullness. Not because the...
Okay. I think I got something here. Oh shit. Your autoflower smells like dirty socks and skunk. Oh shit. Oh, the thiols at the end of week 12. How long is it going for? Wow. It has some purple with the cheese. It doesn't taste like cheese anymore. I'm not really a cheesy fan either, but okay. Oh, yeah, you steered it more in a earthy direction. Okay, got you. Runts is greasy. Yeah, I actually had some Runts autoflower. The guy I got the Hindu Kush from, his homie grew some Runts and gave me some. And yeah, it tasted very waxy. I mean, seemed very waxy. Hell's nasty, and it holds the nasty while drying. Holds onto that nasty, stinky, dirty sock smell while they're drying too. 3 months of smelling like garden skunk in your man cave. Your grow man cave. You forgot about, I forget about shit too. Like it's just so much weed sometimes at harvest that I'll look somewhere and be like, holy shit, this is like another damn QP I forgot about. You're trimming the rest of the shit. Trim gel. No, you're fine. You're fine. Sit back and enjoy, relax. I'm glad you interacting. Don't let me minimize what you're doing here. But nah, if this is in the background, that's fine. I'm gonna unveil my latest creation soon to deal with trimming. I was having such a tough time being in trim jail for months. You said 3 months of the plant being dry and you forgot about it. Well, how about 3 months of trim jail? You're sentenced to boom, boom, boom. You're sentenced to 3 months in trim jail. So I got one of those trimmers, the electric trimmer. It's a big bowl. We can check it out. I guess when it's time to get everything done, I'll do a little video discussing it before I actually show it in action on live stream with y'all.
Plant suddenly becomes bad, but because the chemistry is moving.
It takes 15 weeks to make seeds with your autoflowers. Wow, so they will actually go past the 10-week thing or whatever? The 10-week lifespan autoflower? Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't even know that, so I am learning something new from you. Way to go,
plant heads are not static trophies. They're dynamic chemical reactors. Their composition shifts as the plant finishes, as exposure accumulates, and as oxidation slowly rewrites the profile you thought you were locking in. So this video is about a different goal. Identifying the precise milky window. The point
that's why I stopped it in the first place. I just got excited when I read about your autoflowers. But why I stopped it was, okay, I've always heard as a rule of thumb that if you think the plant is ready, wait a week. Now I'm starting to hear in the last, say, 2 years or so that actually you might want to harvest the plants a little early, earlier than you would in the wait a week theory, for the fact that even while the plant is drying, it still is going through chemical change. So that extra week you're waiting, it actually turns out to be like once the product is all dried and ready to be jarred, you're kind of past the point of prime. So if you harvest it, say, right on time within that the earliest of the milky window versus waiting to the latest of the milky window in the trichome appearance, that you're going to make up the time in the early trichome milky appearance with flavor, aroma, monoterpenes, more volatile terpenes being held on to than you would if you wait during the milky trichome appearance window. Yes, you will probably have, I guess, a higher THC content, I guess, or maybe more wax or oil production, but you're foregoing the subtleties and the aroma and flavors of the earlier weeks of the milky trichome window.
Heads are fully developed and opaque, maximally formed, but not yet in the phase where degradation and oxidation begin to tilt the profile toward heavier, flatter expressions.
I gotta pin that.
It's not about harvesting early because you're impatient. It's about harvesting earlier because you're targeting a different peak.
Yeah, okay, I pinned it.
The myth of the universal late stage standard.
See, yeah. This is exactly what I was just talking about. I tried to beat them to the point so I could sound smart. You're taking cuts and running photo periods faster and more controlled on what you're working on. Thiol hunting. Okay, esters and thiols is what you're hunting for. Okay, cause yeah, I guess I'm bright colors, shiny, loud noises, bright colors. I'm looking for, I guess, purple hues in the plant. I also kind of like the taste of purple too. Ioxin, I forgot what the fuck the shit is. It's an A word. Ioxin might be the hormone in plants that make it grow up. So forgive me if that's not true. But I'm also looking for red hairs on the plant. Like, I'll go for purple hair, pink hairs, whatever. I'm just looking for colors. And I guess I should advance more. Oh yeah, I had that talk 2 weeks ago of going past that and going more into like terpene specific production. Osamine is the one that I'm aware of that's like anti-parasite, antiviral, anti-cancer that cannabis produces, and trying to lean more into that to keep me alive.
The universal standard exists because it's easy to teach.
Turn on these jams.
It gives growers a simple visual threshold and a sense of certainty. The problem is that it assumes all cultivars share the same ideal finishing chemistry, and that the same visual cue always maps to the same desired end profile. In reality, resinous plants express very different aromatic personalities, and those personalities often live in compounds that are the first to disappear when you hold the plant in highlight and warm air for extra days.
Kick up in the house.
There's also a second problem. Late-stage gland coloration is not just more mature. It can also be more altered.
Is the chat fucking up?
A portion of that color shift reflects chemical transformation, oxidation, and conversion processes that change the character of the resin. For some harvest goals, those changes are desirable. For others, they're the exact reason the final product feels heavier, less vivid.
And I'm gonna put, I gotta put the Rumble link in the chat
aroma.
like a dummy.
This is why the correct question isn't, when does it look done? The correct question is, what profile am I trying to preserve, and which maturity window protects it? The science of the
That makes sense. Shit, I hit the wrong fucking button.
A gland head becomes milk.
Okay. No. So, in a roundabout way, I guess it is the Milky Window. I thought I made that up. No, he made it up. I'm piggybacking off of his information. Okay, but the Milky Window. So I pretty much go like maybe 70% dark and like 30% light, 30% white trichomes, and the rest are like the amber, orange, or whatever the representation is going to be depending on the plant. And I'm thinking myself, I've actually seen a plant go way past the window. So you're talking about like 15 weeks for autoflowers. I've seen some plants that I guess were 16 weekers and they've gone into like the 20, 21 week. And there is actual swelling that still goes on. It's not necessarily a height growth, but it's more of a bulk and getting wide, putting weight on it, which I found very interesting from a strain that I have studied quite a few times. The original haze, this will be like my 4th year working with that shit, third year working with that shit. But I've grown like 8 plants from it, so I'm pretty familiar with the way it grows. And I've grown it in 2 different places in my backyard. Like I guess one in the garden and one being in like the direct sunlight middle, sun worshiping original haze plant. Take us back to the BC times with the size. That shit fucking broke yesterday. I forgot about that shit. Not that them fucking original haze plants don't break, because we've seen that before. Last year, my one I had in the garden octopused out. Every bit of that shit fell onto the ground. It was still fucking alive though, fighting. But all of that shit split to the ground. That shit was too fucking heavy. So that just happened fucking early before flower even happened. I think usually flower is what I guess will tend to, that excess weight being put on is what puts the branches over the edge and makes them split. We did it extra early this year. So we tied the plant off and everything and made it good. The one I'm standing in front of when I make the thumbnails, that motherfucker was like, what, like 13, 14 feet tall? That shit is big and wide too. My wife was standing on the other side of that shit and she screamed my name loud like she couldn't see me. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, you can't see me through this plant. This shit is too massive.
When it reaches
it's like
a
4 plants put together with duct tape
that scatters light strongly. That opacity usually signals that the gland is fully built. Cuticle, head structure, internal
the stems
resin
feel
content.
sticky too?
Clear glands, by contrast, are often underdeveloped, less content,
my
less
stems
density,
be dry,
less finished expression. But once the gland head becomes fully opaque and mature,
like hair on it though,
the timeline doesn't
fuzzies.
Stop. Chemistry continues shifting. And as exposure continues, especially under intense light and higher canopy temperatures, volatile compounds begin to evaporate or transform. The milky window is the phase where glands are fully developed and opaque, but before a meaningful share of glands shift into later stage coloration associated with oxidation and conversion. This is the window where many cultivars express their brightest, most nuanced aromatics, especially the more volatile fractions that don't survive prolonged heat and light.
So wait a minute. Okay. This is kind of blowing my mind. This is making me think, from what I'm gathering and just my interpretation of it, that's probably a better way to word that, is that as soon as you see enough of these trichomes on a plant start to get milky, boom, harvest that shit immediately. If you're going more in a like aromatic, volatile terpene direction. Now, I guess if you're going for more like earthy, or you do want more of a lethargic high, wait a little later in that window of milky. But I'm going to try this. I think I'm going to try this with one of the plants out there. I'm going to, I guess, do a couple harvests, 2 harvests off of a plant. I'll initially harvest the top portion of it, label all of that and say, you know, first harvest. Then I'll come back, I guess, after about a week, 10 days. That should give the lower portion of the plant enough time to kind of ripen up, finish off. And then take that and take notes and see if I notice any different nuances between the week, 2 week separation of time that I harvest. Is the second one a little more flavorful? Did it lose any flavor? Is it more pungent? Is it, I guess, a heavier high? Is the stuff that I picked earlier, is that more of a aromatic flavor than I'm getting off the later harvested things? It'd be kind of interesting to see the different nuances. There are some nuances that I've picked up on my own through experimentation, kind of like what you're saying, Luna, here. You're working with your auto flowers and you realize that it takes you about 15 weeks to get it done. So different little observational things you pick up while growing. So I'm wondering if and how this will be if I do incorporate it. Do I enjoy the earliest part of when I can harvest the plant in the milky trichome window, or do I more prefer the way I was doing it? Because I'm guessing the second harvest would be more in line with the, you know, wait a week, if you think the plant is ready, harvest method.
This is also why chasing late stage.
This is interesting. I'm glad I did see this.
You're not just waiting for a visual milestone. You're allowing time for a chemical migration.
Walmart tomato feed.
End profile away from what makes the cultivar special in the
expert gardening organics.
Preserving.
No. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason I'm laughing is because, like, I remember the days when it was illegal. There was no cannabis products, and you had to use tomato fertilizer. I use Scott's. Oh, Miracle Grow. I used Miracle Grow's tomato fertilizer back in the 90s. So that's funny that you're saying that. But quite honestly, if you're using bottled nutrients, powder nutrients, they're all pretty much coming from the same source. Like the nitrogen is the ammonia. I forget how you make the other portions of the NPK, but it's a diluted version of kind of household products is how you make it. So it really doesn't matter what form it comes in, what company it made from, as long as the plant is getting what it needs. There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than 5,000 ways to grow a cannabis plant. So that's funny though that you say that. Hey, guys, yeah, I know that y'all are doing all this stuff using compost and compost teas and back guano. I won my award-winning cannabis with organic. Hold on, what the fuck is this shit? Organic. Oh, organic. Oh yeah, expert gardening organics. Cheers, James. I'm listening to Lunar tell us about, Lunar Stoner Growers. Let me get it right. LSG. Him tell us about his autoflowers that he's growing and how the tales of how he's using expert gardener organics. Tomato 356? Yeah, 356. I'm guessing it's powder nutrients to fertilize his plants. And he's getting some good results. 15
volatility.
15 weeks to get seeds from his autoflowers. And James is an autoflower lover as well. So, I love this story.
Aromatic profiles.
Let the autoflower tales continue.
If the goal is to preserve
begin.
Top note aromatics, those crisp, lifting, high definition smells that hit the nose fast, then the enemy is exposure. Light, warmth, and time are not neutral. They are active forces that strip the most volatile compounds first.
Put them in a vacuum sealed bag in a bucket in the basement.
Aromatic profile with delicate, fast evaporating compounds sitting on top of a heavier base notes. The longer you hold mature flowers under warm, bright conditions, the more you bias the profile toward the heavier, more persistent compounds. That's why some late harvests smell thicker but less complex, more base, less sparkle. This isn't only about aroma.
Now that happens. I don't want to say that happened to me with this, but okay. I grew some super silver skunk. Hold on, what the fuck is this shit? Super silver haze. I'm sorry. I grew some super silver haze. I guess about 3 years ago, right? When I initially got it, it was like very earthy. It tasted extremely hazy. I went through the initial like jar I had of it. I really enjoyed it. I went back to that shit like 3-6 months later. All that shit was fucking blueberry. Fucking blueberry for days. And I'm like, I didn't know I didn't like blueberry flavor, but I do remember back in the blueberry hydro days of like the early 2000s. I don't think I necessarily like blueberry flavor. But I was just amazed what the fuck happened? How did this shit go from hazy to blueberry? So maybe perhaps what he's saying, like it wasn't a stable temperature, because pretty much I would vacuum seal the shit the same way. I've incorporated the vacuum seal method for like 4 years. Letting the plants cure in a jar. Once they're at a stable humidity, and they've been at that stable humidity for the time you want, I like to store my vacuum seal my cannabis at like 62% humidity. You want to start out at like 64, 63% humidity once you put it into the bag, the vacuum seal bag. But once you get ready to press it, by the time the bag seals, it's at about 62% humidity. So a cure is still going on. Can still go on, but I mean, there's no air in the shit. So you just stuck with what you stuck with in the bag. But that's how I combat preserving plants. Like basically, somewhat gets compressed, but pressing everything down, getting as much air as possible and still allowing some fluff to the plant, and then sealing that shit off and putting it in a 5-gallon bucket with one of those food storage lids that you screw on and shit to try and preserve it as much as possible in like the back corner, the coldest corner in my basement. So I think it holds at a stable like 62 degrees, 63 degrees in the summertime. And that's basically how I store the cannabis, to try and preserve these terpenes that they talking about. But I am actually going to try to harvest as soon as like all the hairs is milky, still clear or whatever, boom, I'm going for it. I'm cutting this shit down and I'm drying it, because the drying out process, the milky window process is still going on during the drying process. The plant's still alive for like a day or two, so it's still going to continue to mature. That's what I'm trying to say. Boom, there we go.
As a start,
trying to sound smart.
Aroma chemistry influences how the whole experience is perceived. When top notes are preserved, the profile tends to feel brighter, more dimensional, and more precise. When top notes are lost, the profile tends to feel rounder, heavier, and more uniform.
Let me see.
So an earlier harvest strategy is really an aroma preservation strategy. Capture the profile when it's loudest in the volatile range, before it collapses into a heavier, more uniform expression. Visual indicators beyond gland color. Relying on color alone is how people either harvest too early or hold too long. Precision comes from using multiple indicators that confirm the plant is finished in development, even if you're not waiting for late-stage color shifts. One indicator is structural readiness. As flowers finish, there is a visible shift in calyx development and overall swelling and inflation that reflects the plant completing its buildup.
So the slowdown and growing height and a need to grow bulk. And then you can clearly see when that slows down as well. I understand exactly what he's talking about. If you go up there and observe the flowering, especially in the later weeks, you can clearly see where it's still in rapid growth, vigorous growth. That kind of slows down, then it starts to get fat. Then you start to see the shift in the trichome color as well, where it goes from a clear, like clearly oily, translucent, to starting to get cloudy, milky white in the hairs. Now he's saying you still can get it too early, so maybe I'm wrong about like as soon as it gets milky. Maybe I should wait a few days after that, perhaps. Maybe even a week, I don't know. It's all going to have to be observational to stick with the theme of what this dude is saying.
Another indicator is pistil behavior. Pistils don't follow one universal pattern, but many cultivars show a transition from active, fresh growth signals to recession and maturation cues. These markers aren't perfect, but they add context
Miracle-Gro tomatoes.
Gland color can't provide.
Miracle tomatoes.
Macro and microscopic imaging is the most reliable way to avoid being fooled. High-definition macro photography lets you separate truly clear glands.
No. If it was me, I would do something different, but I feel bad when it don't work for other people. We was rolling. That's how I felt when my seeds didn't work the way I thought it was. I was rolling, and then like, the train went off the rails. Tobey Maguire wasn't even able to save the subway. I'm not sure if my Diesel Widow is an autoflower after all. It was a cross with a photo period, and it's still vegging. Oh, what you mean you late? A grower's always on time. Stevie Steve, shoot. Cheers to Steve. I think I did the cheers to James, and LSG Ben got it.
Without relying on memory or lighting. Under magnification, immature clear heads look glassy and transparent,
James, not late, man.
And the head structure often appears less dense.
I'm glad you're here.
Mature, opaque heads look consistently milky across the head, not just bright from glare. Glare is the enemy here. Reflections can make a clear head look milky if your lighting angle is wrong.
Oh, this is what I need.
Stable light and consistent imaging matter more than expensive gear. Leaf senescence can also be a supporting clock. It should never be the only clock. But when a plant is genuinely finishing, there are patterns in how it winds down. The key is using senescence as confirmation.
I don't never really get senescence. I gotta be quite honest with you. Like, okay, maybe in the grow tent, I get senescence, like the leaves start to yellow and fall off. But outside, that never fucking happens to me. Never, ever, ever. even, okay, the original haze I was just talking about a little bit ago. The one that split and all that shit. No, not that one. It was the year after that. I basically harvested that shit at Christmas. That shit was way past ready. Like the year before, I had done it at Thanksgiving. That shit was still out in the ground at Christmas. That shit wasn't yellow. That shit was still fucking green. There was no signs that nothing was wrong with it. Like, I had to kill it. I had to put the pillow over his head. That shit wasn't... I don't get senescence. I really fucking don't get senescence. Maybe, the chocolate Kush that I've been growing, that for 3 years, that shit actually does have senescence. So let me shut my mouth. That actually does have the yellow in the leaves, but that's like the only cultivar I've seen that does that shit out of probably like 13, 14 different cultivars I've tried to grow.
Not as a trigger, because nutrient strategy and environment can change how that presents. How to
I missed everything. I saw, let me say, I saw, James, that you sent me a bunch of different photos. You even gave me a photo of Steve's skunk triple back cross. I can't, I gotta get a new phone. That's my next mission. I was bull crapping because like a birthday came up and shit, but I can't use my phone to do that shit, and I'm locked out on the laptop again for like, too many errors or whatever. Too many, what you call it, password attempts. But I saw that shit. I got all the notifications that y'all is doing shit. I just didn't get them and put up here. So that's my fault. I did want to say that. But I do have video of the skunk triple back cross. I got one in a 3-gallon bucket, 2-gallon bucket, 3-gallon bucket, and I got the one in the ground. The one in the ground is like double the size. But that skunk is late. Let me not say that. Let me not be fair. It had a month head start. Let me be honest. But woo! That shit looked like it got beat with a dirty rug. The way the leaves was all weathered and leathery and waxy, and we'll see it. I got it up here, but we're gonna go into the garden too. This is just the
avoid the two biggest mistakes.
Preamble, yeah. Pre-game show.
The first mistake is confusing clear with milky because of lighting. If your light is harsh and reflective, you'll see bright highlights and assume maturity. The fix is simple. Use diffuse light and consistent angles. A stable macro setup with soft light makes the true optimal
and I need a
state of
PF
the
outside
blend
too.
Far easier to interpret. The second mistake is assuming that earlier harvest automatically means unfinished. Earlier than late stage color shift does not mean underdeveloped. The goal is fully developed opaque glands, not clear glands. This is not harvesting prematurely. This is harvesting at a different peak, one that prioritizes volatile preservation over late-stage transformation.
And I think I was getting them confused.
Mastering
so I'm glad he said that.
Post-harvest handling to preserve volatiles. Harvest timing is only half the story. Even a perfectly timed harvest can be ruined by sloppy post-harvest handling. If the goal is to preserve volatile aromatics, then drying and curing must protect them. High heat drives off.
I felt like that was a personal attack. I think he was singling me out when he said that. I really feel like that was a personal attack with the mishandling after harvest talk. What was that? Where'd that come from, dude? Why you say that? No, I'm kidding. Of course, I don't feel that's a personal attack. But I'm laughing like, oh, shit. Uh-oh, that sounded like me. That's happened. As a matter of fact, in the shed, over there, a mere 50 feet away from us, is still some original haze from last year. The one that I harvested at Christmas, still hanging upside down. I'm just here, dude. I guess it's Wilson now. Wilson! I still hanging upside down. Like, damn, you just here, huh? We're just hanging. I'm pretty sure it's no good. Like, that shit is a fucking... It's the hot box, boss. Now, she cut up, but she done that to herself. But she in a hot box. The shed is a fucking hot box. So I'm sure there's no value in the weed, but still, the original haze is just there. Like 7 feet of it. Just, hello.
The very compounds you're trying to keep. Aggressive airflow can strip aroma from the surface. Low humidity can dry too fast, locking in harshness before internal moisture equalizes. A preservation-minded dry prioritizes stability, cooler conditions, controlled humidity, and gentle airflow that prevents
Your
stagnation
Kush harvest in
without
7.
blasting the material. The aim is to slow the process enough for internal moisture migration to stay smooth, while avoiding conditions that encourage microbial risk. Too fast, and you get a sharp, thin profile and harshness. Too warm, and you lose your top notes before they ever make it into the jar. The cure matters because early captured profiles can feel green if they're not allowed to mellow properly. A controlled cure allows harsh compounds to settle, and the aromatic profiles to integrate without heating the material or repeatedly venting away the volatiles you work to preserve. The point isn't to overhandle it. The point is to let it stabilize while keeping the environment gentle. The real takeaway. The universal harvest rule is popular because it's simple. Precision harvest is different. Precision harvest asks what you're trying to preserve. If the target is bright, high definition aromatic expression, then waiting for late stage visual conformity can work against you. The milky window exists and it's real. Fully developed opaque glands captured before late stage transformation becomes dominant. That's not a shortcut. That's a deliberate choice. It's chemistry over folklore, and when it's done correctly, the finished profile doesn't just smell different. It feels more vivid, more focused, and more true to the cultivar's high energy identity. Well, that's going to do it for today, guys.
I just had a brilliant idea.
Leave a like if you enjoyed, subscribe for more, and please comment with video suggestions and ideas below. But thank you for watching, and as always...
Hey, no, thank you for the fucking video. Thank you for the fucking video. Now, we are going to... We are going to look into the garden next. Let me get ready. I just took off my robe to get ready. And now... It's my fault. I'm trying to write down my Justice League. Lunar Solar, James, Wild Bill, and Stevie Steve, Elderleaf. How do y'all feel about competing with, what is it, Mr. Grow It, Pigeons 420, and Rob from CLTV? Actually, I guess in a non-malicious way in my mind, even the Dude Grow Show. I think we could be more entertaining, more informative, and we all from different walks of growing cannabis. Yeah, different methods. And I think that'd be interesting for the party people to learn from. And I also think it would be the chemistry of all of us being in good moods, joking, things being funny. We could come up, I'm sure, with a bunch of inside jokes. We come up with slogans by the pound. I mean, bumper sticker ideas, t-shirt ideas, all the time. There's some great information and quotes that come out of this stream. So I think people would enjoy that show, would enjoy that podcast. I just have to figure out how to get it done. Okay, yes. See, this is why I need the phone, because I can't DM nobody. I can't do what I need to do. Like, the hours of work is basically nothing. And it used to be something. I could get something done, but I can't because I ain't got the phone. So I'm just procrastinating. But let me show y'all. I'm getting prepped up. We're about to go out into the garden. I'm going to have to take a little break while I'm doing that to take the laptop, the microphone, and set the 2 cameras up so we can get a good view of everything. But we'll be able to watch the garden. I'm going to, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to queue up. I was talking trash. I was saying to Steve that, hey, I got some footage of your, Thibio, of your skunk plant. And I got footage of it in the bucket, and I got footage of it in the ground. And we can compare and contrast. So where we at? Yeah, prep show, right? Is this the skunk? I think this is the skunk one. Let me check. Let me just see what you got for me. Whoa, homie. Didn't we try watching this shit before and it fucked up? Yeah, this shit is bullshit now. You better fucking not, man. You better be fucking prime, pristine, ready to go when I get ready to show. Woo! You hear me? We gotta go outside into the garden. No! I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna repaint them glasses. I'm gonna do something to them, but we're gonna go out there. I'm getting ready to smile, enjoy myself, get some sun rays, some vitamin D. We're gonna check out the plants. We're gonna just look at the different progression of each of the strains that I have out there. I have 3 Red-Headed Stranger and Original Haze crosses out there. I have 2 Yoda Soda and Original Haze crosses. And I've got about 6 different Strawberry Haze and OG Kush crosses. Now, all of those is something that happened in the exact garden that the crime is being committed in right now. We've also got Elder Leaf Collective's Golden Nugget out there. We also have his Skunk Triple Back Cross, in-ground version and a bucket version. And they are totally different in their expression of itself. The one that's in the ground is extremely purple, tall, thick stem, but like very narrow growth. It's barely doing anything out there. Whereas the one in the bucket looks like a normal plant compared to the Neville's Haze that I have also in buckets. I have 2 Neville's Haze that sprouted late, around the same time as the skunk. Ran out of real estate, had to throw them in a bucket. It has pretty much a similar structure to it. Very stout, short. There's some bushiness going on, but very, very little. It's kind of all just main stem activity. Now, I will admit, I noticed when I went out there a couple days ago that it could use a good dose of water. And I almost forgot, I don't know if Steve can hear this or not, but I did get some prilled sulfur and I got some liquid sulfur to put into the plant. Put into the ground so we can get this full phenotypic expression out the skunk triple back cross that's supposed to smell like rotten egg, dirty sock, dead animal stuff. So I'm not gonna let you down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Sulfur in the ground. Sulfur in the ground. I'm gonna get it there. I'm not gonna let you down. I'm gonna get the full expression of the skunk triple back cross, baby. So I'm mentally prepared. Let's check out this video to warm us up to what we about to see in the future. This is right before break. I got my green thumb ready and activated. So let me go ahead and shut all the shit down that I'm not going to want to give a fuck about. We don't give a fuck about that. We don't give a fuck about that. That's cool. Everything else is cool. Everything else I'm gonna need when I go out into the garden. I'm at a little small can. Let me move this shit now so that we can see the plants. And I'm gonna have another cam out there that's gonna show like a larger overall view of what the garden looks like. Hopefully I can get the two together because I'm dealing with webcams. 4-foot cord, 6-foot cord, some shit like that. So let's hope I can get it right. But I did set the tripods up earlier and they're kind of in the spot that I want them to be. So I hope this is the best for you. So on top of the, 3, 2, 11 plants I'm pheno hunting through. The 2 different skunks. Yeah, it's like what, 15 different plants out there? 15 different plants out there, 12 different plants out there. I got a tie out there and a chocolate skunk as well. So it's some plants that I don't know if they're going to be male or female. It's like 7 different strains out in the garden. I'm experimenting, trying to get the best representation out of like some gifted seeds. You damn right. Oh, there's a specific soil that likes the most. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I just don't want to let you down. Like, you know, I want to put my best foot forward. You recommended sulfur. We're going to get some sulfur in there. I like the way it smells already, but it's not like a deep rotten smell. And I know that's due to me. So once we get that in there, I go out there today. We maintenance everything up, get it prepped for me to water and fertilize. And you know what? We're going to pull up some potatoes that we're going to use for our JMS as well. I think it's time, we're about to go into flowering, that we give the soil a JMS application, Jadam Microbial Solution application, which takes local microbes, grows them up, kind of the same way you would grow up lactobacillus or whatever. You're culturing local indigenous microbes and displaying it into the soil. So you're doing about 10 years worth of work in about 3 days and distributing it back to the plants, put our best foot forward, get our plants bulked up, growing up, colored up, flavored up. You feel me? Just look at this skunk video. I tickle myself with that shit. Wait a minute. No. Rewind. Wait a minute. The reason I was so excited to get into this was that we are on beer number 2. And crack, I was still drinking beer number 1. And I finished it. And now here we are, right here for beer number 2. You drink 2 beers, you better be 2 chicks. I need to make another one of them. But let's go out and to prep you up, wet your whistle, get you salivating, wanting more, anticipating. We gonna watch this little demo, shall we? And you better not fake OBS. Uh-oh. Come on, baby. Fight it. Fight it, baby. Maybe I had this on 60 frames per second, and that's the problem. I had to go back to 30 frames a second. Uh-oh. How come I don't hear myself so good?
Kind of stringy, but the leaves are very, very, very greasy.
Greasy.
Let's stretch this out a little bit.
Can we see that? Let me back this up. How do I back this up? This is gonna be over top of me. Yeah, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. You can see how I got bent over. I got bent over to get to the skunk. Why is it not doing shit? There we go. Okay. I'm like, where's some movement? Am I alive? Is my heart beating in the video? But that's what I got. I took the cage off of it and shit. We'll get to see it today. It's very purple. Everything is very purple, Steve. The golden nugget is very fucking purple. This skunk in the ground is very purple. Oh, the skunk number 1 isn't purple though. The Sensi C one, I didn't see any purple in that. But the golden nugget, woo! The skunk, woo! Like some of the leaves, and I was saying that the dieselberry I had out there is reminding me of your skunk. I saw this once before, maybe like 2-3 years ago, when dealing with the dieselberry. But the best way to describe it is the leaf looks so beat up that it's like you put an iron on it.
What the fuck?
Like
I
the
hope you work.
outside of it is almost like burnt, weathered, crispy,
Motherfucker.
curled under in a way. Very thick, very waxy, and like it barely spreads out. It's like it's been wind beaten.
We can take a look at this up close. See a lot of this purpling. I like this.
And I found that very interesting in comparison to your skunk. Not that I would say there's any, I'm not going to say not anywhere related. Not that I'm trying to say that they're related, but I noticed like, wow, I'm pulling out something very interesting in this, maybe what, the 35th, 38th seed of dieselberry. Like, oh shit. Both these motherfuckers, like, you got plants out there that's wet, thriving, and like glossy. Let your soul glow. And then you got them two plants out there that look like they've been abused in the basement. Like sliding scraps underneath the door.
Waxy coating on the leaves. Like it look very beaten.
Where's this bitch at? Can you see this shit?
Weathered down.
Oh, I gotta shrink it down again. There we go. Bam. Try and get you the shit. This is what it looked like.
Stretch it out.
Hey, Mo, no. Go back, you jackass. You jackass. Go back.
Smaller, more compact version.
No. Why is this not going forward? There we go. Oh, okay, boom. That's the same plant that's in the bucket. So this is the skunk triple back cross in a bucket. And you can see how green that shit is. How lush it is. It's still like wispy and like shit's going all over the place. But there's nothing in comparison. Come on, baby. Give me the frame I want. It's somewhere around this bitch. Somewhere around this bitch is the frame I want. But you can see how like wispy, beat, and like closed up and there we go. Stop. Hammer time. Like the leaves ain't trying to spread out. They're like over top of each other. They're finger jab status. I gotta get fucking closer. I thought I had one that was fucking closer and you can see the purple a lot better in this bitch.
On there to try to stretch it out.
Alright. What, that's the Neville's? That's it? Can you see this bitch? Okay. I mean, kind of, sort of. Now, this is what I'm planning on doing a lot today, too, as well. Like, super cropping, like squeezing the stem of the plant and letting that shit hunch over. And you got to deal with that shit, bitch. You better recover. You better come back. Get out, Brock! Like, you better do it. No, it actually works pretty well. But I'm going to try and be stripping a lot of that new growth out. So lollipop and keeping the main stem. And I say about 6 inches to a foot away from the main stem clean. So just the growth is like the last 3 to 6 nodes, depending on, these plants get wild, 3 to 6 nodes of the end of the branch. I'm going to take a bunch of them fan leaves off so the plant can kind of breathe and be see-throughables. And so defoliating, lollipopping, super cropping. So yeah, I got all 3 bases covered. So all these plants is going to be like this when we go out there. And then by the time we finish, they're going to be like this. You're like, damn, that's an abusive motherfucker. But trust me, it'll be worth it. And the cages, like that's why I had a cage. I was like, I tried to tell you, my wife's original haze plant like broke off pretty bad. First one branch broke off, say Thursday. Then on Friday, the left side broke off. Right side broke off Thursday. Friday, the right side broke off. That's why I keep the cages on. They might not be much, but they something. Oh yeah, right. The cages might not be all that, and sometimes they get uprooted, but it basically keeps that main stem and branch structure together. And it's really rare that any of the plants in the cages have ever fell or broken apart. I will admit though, this year I didn't get as much wildness out of a lot of the plants. Some of them I were able to use the LST cages, so having the cage and the different levels to place the branches in for plant separation did help. In other cases, since it like in the case of the skunk triple back cross, it was like so narrow, there's no real stretching that's going to be going on at any point. But I'm gonna get ready. Yeah, I'm ready, right? I gotta get my damn ganja boots on, ganja farming boots. But I'm ready to go out into the garden. I'm gonna get out there, show y'all. I gotta set the cameras up and shit, so it might take me about 3 minutes, perhaps. I guess. Okay, let me plan this shit out. So okay. Oh fuck! I just realized I gotta extend the fucking what you call it cable, the other Wi-Fi cable, to get us into the garden in the first fucking place. I should have thought that shit through. I fucked up on that part. So it's gonna take me anywhere from like 3 to 5 minutes to set this shit up in the garden. I'm gonna try and get a camera that's overhead and we get to see a good overall view of the garden, hopefully. And then I'm gonna have an up close camera as to where we're gonna be working, defoliating, lollipopping. So hopefully we uncloning, taking clones. That's the other part. Only half of the clones I took the last time on what the second attempt worked out. Like the humidity has been bad. Humidity and temperature I've had a real problem with. I've had a problem with this year, so I'm gonna take some clones on camera just to make sure that first off we got the clones on camera. But number two, I just want to make sure that before this goes into flying and it's all over, we get a chance to clone and we actually get a plant off of some of these. From just the looks and appearance of a lot of these plants, I want at least 90% of these motherfuckers. The only one I don't give a fuck about is the chocolate Kush, really. That's like the only plant I don't give a fuck about getting a clone from. But I still want a clone from it. I want to get a clone from everything, and hopefully it all works out pretty well. We're going to also pick some potatoes. I got to reiterate that. Pick some potatoes for our JMS application. Next week, we might do that, too. That might be what we do. Okay, bet. So next week, we'll go into the garden again and kind of see the recovery of the plant. That's what it'll be. Because after we finish defoliating, it might be a minute. I don't know what we're going to get. And plus, it might be hot out there, so I don't know how long I want to go. I'm going to try and give you a good hour at least out that bitch so we can kind of examine everything and give a little descriptor of what we're getting. But, yeah, we can come back next week and check out the recovery of everything, what it looks like, if we're getting any pistols or calyxes, whatever the fuck, calyxes on the plant. And that would be dynamite as you can't evade the seas. And we almost on body number 3. So I'm just trying to bullshit until we get there. Do I need sunglasses? Nah, I don't. I'm going to just deal with that shit. It's kind of overcasty, so that's good. That's what I was hoping for. Because when it's extremely sunny out there, there's so much reflection off of them leaves, you can't see good shit. But I got you covered. With a wire. Gotcha. So I got the other Ethernet cable. I forgot I need that bitch to extend it to the garden. Excuse me. Sorry. That was rude as fuck. I totally apologize. That skunk looks like a dinosaur. Damn. They should all look the same. A different climate. Yes, it's very humid where I'm at. It's very humid, even though it's still like what the Maryland, Pennsylvania border. What do I see? Like, you're in upstate New York. I don't really get a chance to see that, but I noticed from like New York City, y'all are about a week or two ahead of what our weather becomes. Not only that, in the summertime, we're a lot cooler than you are. But that's like New York City, not upstate New York. That's the only information I really get, or am able to observe, I should say. But you can see the difference in the one that's in the bucket that sprouted late compared to the one that's in the ground. Like, their structures are kind of, they're similar, but the appearance of the structure is similar, but the appearance is a lot different. The one in the bucket seems to be a lot more green, a lot more moisturized, a lot more happy. The one in the ground seems like realistically it was grown on a mountain. Like a fucking jet exhaust was pointed at it the whole time it was growing. Like, you got the blow dryer on just constantly on this bitch. And it's just expressing itself the best way it can under those conditions. But when you say you think it's some 1960s Pakistani, I can't deny it from what I hear of the conditions, what I hear of how the plant's appearance is, from what we've seen of like Pakistani grows, Afghani grows. It seems very similar to me. I mean, most of the Kushes we getting are from that region, or originated from that region, I should say. And I guess you pheno hunt hard enough and you'll pick that shit out. Now, I forgot what the origin of the OG Kush was. But was it an Afghani? I think that was an Afghani. But I can totally believe it is from the two versions out of 2 out of 38 or whatever of the dieselberry that I grown that have basically had that same weathered jet exhaust blow dry on 24/7 look to it. And that has been the ones that have represented the most purple. But also I noticed there, I guess in my garden, it's really funny. I would call it three different ranges, 3 different climates. 3 different climates is what I'm trying to say. The shit in the front is dealing with like jungle, 90-degree, 90% humidity conditions. So it's like really wet up there. And the back is where most of the sun penetrates early. So it's like very dry in the back. And in the middle, it's just a high humidity climate, like a foggy haze in the middle. So it's dealing with a lot of humidity, a lot of wind, and minimal average sunlight. So I've noticed the different phenotypic expressions and similar genetics depending on where I plant it in those 3 zones or 3 climates in the garden. So boom. Okay, so all that's ready. So what do I have to do here? Okay. Shit. Everything I got is kind of limited. And I didn't do the fucking intro for Sauced Up Sunday. I keep forgetting to do that shit. Okay. I got the intro that we're going to use to get that shit out there. So, we'll take like a 3-minute break to set everything up in the garden, get the cameras ready, and hopefully we can continue the show in a good fashion. You'll get to see the plants that's out in the garden. We'll do a little bit of maintenance. We'll get some clones going. Gotta make sure I find my fucking scissors. And yeah, we did the Hindu Kush review, so I'm pretty happy about that. Then after we go in the garden, hopefully everything goes smooth. We can kind of do it for like an hour or so, and I get everything covered. Then we'll come back in and look into Korean natural farming. That's going to be the segment. We're going to look into sulfur, OHN, lactobacillus, fish amino acids, and just the things that the technique, one of the methods out of the 3 that I use and incorporate in my garden to get the results that I get. I guess that would be the best way to put it. But at least in my mind, right, I will say that I think realistically what I'm doing to the plants is like, what, 10% of what happens. I like affected 10% out of the growth cycle. Being outdoors and conditioning the soil, making it more of a living soil, is really what brings the results. Like, you know, I'm just doing shit for show. The JMS and all that shit, I'm sure that's just for show. The plant would be quite fine without me. But I like to feel like I'm doing something. And I also like to look at the plants, maintenance the plants. It's my little hobby, my little therapy. Keeps me humble because the one thing about live streaming your garden on a stream is that if you fuck up, woo, you can be ridiculed. Woo. And don't be like me and have to put a paper bag over your head occasionally. Make sure you love your plants the best you can. Learn from your mistakes and try not to repeat the same mistakes like I did. That'll keep the paper bag off your head. But looking a little empty. Oh, you like the review of the Hindu Kush? Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Thank you. You call them ugly overlapping leaves. I personally think I found gold. No pun intended, because you gave me the gold nugget. But like when I saw that, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Something's wrong with this plant. Now, jokes, phrasing. But like, this plant is clearly different than anything out here in the garden. Like, holy fuck. I can tell this is some different shit. This is some different genetics. And the fact that purple is popping up all over the plant, it's like you said, overlapping leaves. Yeah, like most of the plants is like this. Yeah, throw my gang sign, homie. This shit is like, I'm old. I used to bang back in the day, but now I don't. I'm with it, even though it might have changed. I'm still with it. Yeah, them joints is like weathered and beat up. So that let me know, okay, you might be on to something with this like 1960s Pakistani hash plant theory. Let me get that right. I tried to remember what everybody's working on, but, you know, of course, it's, I guess, with an average brain, and I'm working with the strains that I'm working with, too. You know, it's probably like 10 different grows that I'm trying to remember all at one time. So forgive me if I misname something or have some incorrect information at times. But it's fucking like having a bunch of TV shows on, like having the NBA ticket or whatever, the league pass. Like, holy shit, I get to watch 10 different grows at one fucking time. This shit is amazing. And oh yeah, did I tell y'all? Yeah, we're going to have to form the Justice League and live stream. I'll accommodate any time, but I think PM is like the best time to do it. And yeah, I'll accommodate any time, any day, or whatever. But I need James, I need LSG, I need Elder Leaf to all join in and give y'all different perspectives and expertise. Huh? My ruby fell off? Oh, no it didn't. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, sir. We are going to do some amazing things today. Hell yeah, I'm in the mode that I wanted to be in. Not only am I harnessing your energy, your good vibes, your goodwill. I feel it. I feel it coming through. I'm trying to pass my own back. I'm at that point. I feel the power. The Hindu Kush and the 2 beers, which is about to be 3. Y'all are in for a treat. I'm just getting started, bitches. We are going to go out into the garden. Yeah, everything's cool. Whoa. I don't get no.
Dead or alive, you are
No.
coming with me.
Thank you. And that's. Hell fucking yeah. And for the #1 fan of it, for Paulie Paul, to open this bid because we only drinking imports around this Campero. We gonna need the hammer to open this up. So where we at?
You all right?
Hammer? Hammer?
Yeah, we can tell you're hammered. It's pretty obvious.
Worthy. Whoever possesses this hammer will have the power to drink like Thor. Woo! We on bid #3 and we about to go out into the garden, so I'm about to love the plants. Let me love you down. Ooh. Let me love you down. Thank you, Mir. I knew that was going to happen one of these days. Thank goodness I didn't break no glass. Thanks, Mir. Bam. So, let us get out here into the garden so I can keep my damn promise. Do this plant maintenance. Take some clones, defoliate, lollipop. We get a chance to see the skunk triple back cross. Baby. All fuel by the Hindu Kush. Review. I smoke like a third of this joint. I smoked a third of the joint and I'm flying, baby. I'm up there. I'm high up in the sky. Big time. So let me get my scissors ready. Get my ganja bomber food. Let's try that again. Let me get my ganja farming boots on. Get this Ethernet cord going. Set these 2 cameras up. And we'll go into the garden, baby. Rain, sleet, or snow, we're gonna grow. Cheers. And I appreciate all y'all being here for this. Definitely. Y'all popped in, y'all showed out. I'm very appreciative of that shit. Yeah, the fucking chat saying to be froze. Let me change that shit before we get out there, because this shit is bullshitting. Come on now. You'll see the difference in the chat. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit it. Bitch. Go ahead. There we go. What? I can't measure the Gorka or the Tosh Widows outside anymore. I tied them down with some tomato cages last week. So they're not more than 5 feet tall. The tomato cages come in handy. And what I basically turned the tomato cages upside down. So like the circle part is on the ground and the thing, I guess the feet that are supposed to be in the ground stand up. So I can kind of bend and manipulate the plant any way I need to, or even twist it around. If I need, you'll see, I use a lot of tomato cages. Actually, my wife used tomato cages and it didn't help. It was no help. It was terrible. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I'm about to get mosquitoed the fuck up like a Saigon out this bitch when I go out there. Do I got my fucking shirt? I don't have my fucking shirt. Ain't that a beat? That's okay. I don't mind. I'm gonna do it. So let me go ahead and gear up. Let me get everything ready. We're gonna go out into the garden, y'all, and you're gonna go to see Mammoth tonight at Nevermore Hall. Wolfgang Van Halen Holy shit. I don't know who that is. That Eddie Van Halen's son? Fucking Wolfgang. I love those fucking names. Wolfgang. I forgot about that. I'm on what Beauregard right now. Beaumont. Alucard. Ferdinand. Yeah, I need these names. I need these 8-syllable royalty names. I never lifted a finger to do anything ever in life, and I'm 31. You notice with the bathrobe, yeah, you'll see. I think, okay, so once we come back from the garden, I'm going to fucking add a damn smoking jacket on. You're going to be... So let me go ahead and get everything ready. Let me stop bullshitting, because I'm procrastinating now. How long we been live at this bitch? Yeah, been up this hour and a half, and I ain't been into the garden yet. What's wrong with... Ow. What's wrong with me? So let's do this. Let me put y'all on a little breaky break. Let me give you something. What was I going to give y'all? All right. Jack. Grinder. Got bud. Got cord. All right. So yes, let me go out there, get everything all geared up. It's going to take me like 3 to 5 minutes. Mosquitoes do suck, but did we see that video where it was like, you know, if you put coffee grounds, the mosquitoes hate the smell of coffee grounds. Like it was, what was it? Like olive oil that saturates the coffee grounds and then light the coffee grounds. And it'll be like a citronella type candle that'll keep them away. But, and whatever. I don't give a crap. We'll be fine. Let's do this. All right. I'm ready. Give me 3 to 5 minutes. Got you. All right, better. My bad. I dropped the mic and that shit took a pounding. So, oh shit, it's about to rain too. This is the shit I want to show you. Where we at? Can you see me? No. Uh. Bam. Oh shit. Ladybug. Oh no, don't die. But you can see this has got quite a bit to go. This, not so bad. Oh yeah, we need to be big. Like this branch. I'm trying to take a look at all of that. That's gotta go. All of this inner growth has to fucking go. All of this shit gotta go. Can I back you up a little bit? Is that better for y'all? Kind of, sort of. Can't see this bitch. Yeah, there we go. Now you can kind of. See this bitch. And like this shit. It's gotta go. Like anything I know. My head is basically gonna go for the most part. Now hold on, cheeky, chat. Let me make sure I can see that. What? Oh, you was bullshitting on me? Oh, come on, man. That's why the shit's bullshitting. Okay, hold on. Let me get you on. Oh, it's two of them. There we go. Now they should help her. You think what? What you mean? What the fuck do you mean? So now I don't got no fucking chat. But can you see how everything is stripped away? It's like very minimal growth, fan leaves up there. Just to kind of redirect all that energy. Oh shit, this my baby. That bug right there, this motherfucker gets rid of fucking everything. It's ladybugs and all types of shit on here, so I don't try and fuck with them too tough. Just to let them be able to let nature do its thing, basically. There's natural predators and all that good shit. Can we see back here? Let me try and get you a little further back. You see this shit a little better, and let me turn this away, right?
You really don't understand, do
Yeah, so you can see, not only is it this plant. But we got a little tomato cage right here. I don't know if you see all that mangrove stripped up. Tomato cage, and then we got, this is Dieselberry 3. We got 2, 1. We'll get you around to everything in the garden. But this is basically the maintenance that I'm doing. On everything. And to kind of get us more airflow. Get us a little bit more growth. Recirculate around the plant. Oh, I see aphid eggs on this bitch. You see the little eggs on that shit? Lots of little creatures underneath the leaf. This shit is like as big as my face, though. Big as my face. And I like to throw them in the ground and teach them a lesson. Die, bitch. Die. Get the fuck off of me. Everything under here, everything that's low. Okay, yeah, on the lower stuff, it's not really any aphids up here. See a big difference. But that's what that black and orange bug was about. It's gonna take all of them aphids out. It works miracles, like a little vacuum cleaner. Okay, we're doing a good job. We can see in there. that's the important part. So what y'all saying? What y'all saying? You're not saying a second plant. We're gonna take a look at the skunk, right? Right? Uh-huh. Why you? Oh, okay, yeah. Now it's becoming a baby, man. So you can see this purpling that I'm referring to. All over the plant. It's like weather beatenness. Structure of the leaf, but you can still see all that purpling in there. Overlapping, beat up, whipped up. That's like my favorite leaf. I really haven't stripped anything off of this plant, as a matter of fact, just because. Now we could actually probably been there underneath the cage, but I'm cool with the way this is, free flowing. Get over me, bro. I'm gonna try and get rid of some more leaves off of the big boy. But yeah, I wanted you to see, like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about, like the waxiness and the beat uppiness of the leaf. You see this shit, right? A little bit of purple hue. But they really having a tough time functioning. And it was like this from the get-go, whereas you can see any of these other leaves. You pluck one off of this bad boy, but like, how these shits are so open, firm, even though it's still the kind of indica broadleaf design. It's a lot more open, a lot more lush. That shit looks like, yeah, like somebody took an iron to it, pressed it down. The heat drivers on it and shit. Where we gonna go? Don't do that. There we go. We got action. What we got? Oh, hell fucking. Yeah, we got hella action. All right, damn. Let me try and get the chat back up one more time because this shit was bullshitting. I forgot to do the fucking Hindu Kush part. My bad, y'all. I forgot to do the Hindu Kush stats. That's what I should probably say. Forgot to do the Hindu Kush stats. So here we got the Dieselberry. Here we got the Dieselberry. Here we had the Redheaded Stranger and Original Haze Bro up in this can. That's the separation between the two. I gotta open this bitch up.
You can make
so there can be a
history,
clear, defining
or you will be vilified by it. Now must be our moment for action. The time to answer humankind's greatest challenge is now.
I'm trying to see it start to get there. That's still from fucking the Dieselberry shit. I was thinking I was doing some damage with the Original Haze shit. Little boat. The main point is to try and open it up and let it breathe a little bit. Let the light penetrate the inside. ain't mean to do that shit. I did not mean to do that. How we looking?
I remember when we used to come to places
A little bit better. You can see through this shit a little more.
Simpler times, right?
And that's kind of my main strategy for keeping pests away as well. Like all of that defoliation and opening everything up is also my method of pest control. What the fuck? What the fuck is up with this shit? Chat is dripping. All right, there we go. That shit should fix it. All right, yeah. Sorry the chat is down. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull it back up, make everything kosher, copacetic. A lot more breathability. Hopefully you can see that shit. A little more translucent in there. But a lot of that undergrowth can go, for the most part. Anything under like the last foot out of the plant, say, pretty much go, because it's not getting as much light to create
Or
dents.
you will be vilified by it. Now must be our moment for action. The time to answer humankind's greatest challenge
Shit all over the place.
is now.
How we looking? How we looking? A little bit more separation. Right. See through this bitch a little bit better. Not hold as much moisture. Yeah, you see that? The wind blowing through that bitch. Yeah, so we got a lot more moisture being evaporated from this shit. Which will help further down the line. Yeah, voila. Uncover my tomato plant. got some mottos. Got some mottos there. But out of nowhere, tomato plant in between cannabis fields. Let's see if I can get this shit for it. Go around. We can kind of see everything. Ah! Sorry. There we go. So what? Plants, right? Yeah, boom. And plants, right? Gonna go a little lower. A little lower and a little higher. That perfect? Yes, it is. You get to see this shit? Yes. Come on, baby. Bomb better the bomb bomb. So we get to see Yoda Soda number 2. And I'm gonna do the same thing with this bad boy. Try and strip a lot of this. Lower fan leaves off. Kind of open up the air pathways on this BI. Get it a lot less leafy and try and get it a lot more buddy. Do you want your leaves to get bigger or do you want to grow bigger buds? So I think it's a good idea to redirect that energy from growing the leaf bigger and put it towards bud production. Redirect that energy. How we look? Already. Looking good. Yeah, anything low can pretty much go. That's the philosophy we're using here. Come to the other side and around. Bring it around town. Breathe in, I can feel the wind increasing as I'm doing this. I'm getting a little inflow from this bad boy. Bad boy for life. Alright, clear up that main stem so we can see it. And that really helps with pest prevention, I'm telling you. Plants are trying to find a spot to get away from the sun. So if you expose them to the sun, they won't even acclimate to your plant. All right, baby. Grow it for me. Grow it for me. Come on, baby. Grow it for me. Grow it for me. Now how we looking? A lot better, right?
Now you can see through this bitch. Try and keep everything to the top. And then that wind can blow through. You're getting itchy witchies. How about that? I think I'm happy with that. Still got a good bit of fan leaf on it. Not disrupting the higher nodes, but still cleaned up pretty significantly. What do you think? L's to the yells. And voila. I think you can see through this pretty well. See the main stem. Kind of took everything out. Now for the supercrop part. Almost forgot. Little squeeze. Bam. Not only does it help get an even canopy, no, I broke that. That shit just snapped. I hope that bends back. If it don't, oh well. You gotta see the mistake. I just fucked that up. But you can see the battle wounds on this bad boy. I've been going through it. Next, I'm gonna take you to this section. Red-headed stranger number 3. So this is what I Beaverberry number 3. Beaverberry number 5, I'm sorry. Hey, come back. Did he come back? Trying to show you the purpling on the inside of that shit. Purple leaves on this bad boy. We need to get over there. Put you through the garden of weeding real quick. Hold on, I fucked up. You kidding me? Not that one. The other one. The other one. The other one. What? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Oh, so everything was cool. All right. I was worried for a second. Okay. Now I gotta figure out how to get you over there and shit.
You really don't understand, do you?
Okay, Bong.
plants. Different plants that we dealing with. This is funky. Cut some of this bulk out. There's just a mammoth. It's just shit every fucking way. Too much leaf, Sarge. Another wild insect on me. Go. Ladybug resting, I don't want to fuck with it. Ow. Maybe we can see it through the other side. So I'm out. Oh, there go the sun. Oh no! It's too hot to hustle. See that? see through that a lot better. Sweating out this bitch. I am sweating as fuck out this bitch. Sweating. Oh, there's a skunk. Been beat up by the hose. Need to get that some water. I need to get all these some water. The bucket hasn't been kind. That's the Neville's haze right there. That's the skunk triple back cross. This is the first version of it. As I was saying, there's a bunch of purple on this bitch. Weed up leaves. So, I'm hot. This isn't what I expected it to be. You got to see a good portion of the plants. I'm gonna head back inside. Give me, I guess, another 3 to 5 minutes to get this shit back in order. And we'll continue on with the stream, learn about Korean natural farming. Background on plants and luscious. It's gonna be a mission to get to see the gold nugget. It's about 10 feet away from me, 15 feet away from me. That's the same thing. Purple all over the place. That was the theme of this year. So yeah, give me a second to get the break and we'll go. So what am I gonna put it on? Is that what I did? Okay.
Bottle in my hand with a twist of fate. Lighting up the night, no room for hate. In the garden of green where dreams collide. Heavily drinking, heavenly smoking, we glide. Eyes half closed but the world feels bright. Neon lights flicker, we own the night. Sipping on courage while the smoke ascends. Grow variety show where reality bends. Pour another round, watch the shadows sway. In the haze of smoke we lose the gray. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking, we know this is paradise. The Grow variety show. Roots run deep and the buds sparkle bright. Pouring in the liquid gold till the morning light. In the haze of green light feels so right. Heavily drinking, heavenly smoking so high. In the silent whispers of the falling ash. Time stands still in this lightning flash. Growing dreams like vines in the glow. Crafting legends at the Go Variety Show. Raise your glass high, feel the bass thump. In the smoky realm, let your heart jump. Heavily drinking, heavenly smoking. Yeah, we flow in the screen utopia where the good vibes. Profiles grow. Profiles grow. Profiles grow. Profiles grow.
shame. Sipping slow and taking it high underneath this mango sky. Pass the bottle down the line. Smoke so sweet, it's simply divine. Laughter's echo on the breeze. Moving through these coconut trees. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking. Living life without a token. In this garden where we'll play for the Grove Variety Show today. Today. Cool the fire and fuel your dreams. In this life, it's what it seems. A moment long and endless nights where the vibes are always right. Spark the green, let's ease the mind. Leaving all those worries behind. Hearts are light and spirits free. Come together, you and me. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking. Living life without a token. In this garden where we'll play for the Grove Variety Show today. Today. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking. Living life without a token. In this garden where we'll play for the Grove Variety Show today.
Cool, everything's going well. Give me 1 second. Almost got you.
Okay, it's like the green that sees the mind, leaving all those worries behind. Hearts are light and spirits free, come together, you and me. Spark the green, let's ease the mind, leaving all those worries behind. Hearts are light and spirits free, come together, you and me.
Bottle in my hand. and with a twist of fate, lighten up the night, no room for hate. In the garden of green where dreams collide, heavily drinking, heavily smoking, we glide. Eyes half closed but the world feels bright. Neon lights flicker, we own the night. Sipping on courage while the smoke ascends. Grow variety show where reality bends. Pour another round, watch the shadows sway. In the haze of smoke we lose the gray. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking, we know this is paradise at the Grow Variety Show. Roots run deep and the buds sparkle bright. Pouring in the liquid gold till the morning light. In the haze of green life feels so right. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking, so high. In the silent whispers of the falling ash, time stands still in this lightning flash. Growing dreams like vines in the glow, crafting legends at the Grow Variety Show. Raise your glass high, feel the bass thump. In the smoky realm, let your heart jump. Heavily drinking, heavily smoking, yeah, we flow in this green utopia where the good vibes grow.
Oops. Oops. There we go. Oh, better, sorry. And I didn't have. That's that. And move. That. 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 Oops, sorry about that. And the chat went down. Oh, better. And the chat went fucking down. God damn it, I was having struggles. Struggles. More. Give it to me. That didn't work. Okay, Castle ass for some reason the stream don't want to work with me. You can see again? My bad. What the hell? Yeah, my bad. I don't know what I did. I have no idea what I did. But what the hell? Yeah, the stream seems to be laggy for some reason. There we go. Seems to be better. Right? What's right? Everything should be good. Copacetic. I saw you say you could see again, so that was a good sign. Come on, man. Thank you to the two yous. Oh, I'm that far delayed? Whoa, talk about being fucking delayed. Whoa, wee. I'm way up in the back. Sorry about that. Where the fuck is the... I had headphones. I'm about to say. How am I supposed to achieve my greatness? Got my damn headphones. There we go. Got a smoking jacket on for you and everything. I try to be regal for you. There we go. Thank you. What the hell? Oh, now they got kicked? Is that what is that what's going on? Now they're incorporating kick into this bitch. Okay. Refresh the connection. Why do I have to ask for that? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm hot. Even though I put my damn smoking jacket on, which adds extra 200 degrees. What was I thinking? There we go. Thank you. Oh, it's because I had to authorize kick is why this was giving me such problems. Kick does this every week, doesn't it? Come on. Yeah, I accept. Allow access. Now we can go to Castellar. Thank you. Yes, just do it. Why am I talking to you? You just automatically be trying to do it without me having to tell you to do something that I obviously would want to do, which is keep the chat up on the stream so I can see what everybody is saying. If they can see it well or not. That's the most important part. Yeah, I want to show off the plans, but I mean, come on now. I want to make sure everybody can see the plans that I'm trying to show off. There we go. Don't holler. Hell, motherfucking yeah. Sorry I was so late with the fucking response. I was in the... I was in the middle of getting all the plants and stuff together. Yeah. Just do it. Okay. Now I gotta authorize through Twitch. Come on, man. Yeah, I just gotta turn this computer off, I see. Yeah, screw you. Because the chat refuses to come back, I see. I mean, I can't put on a screen or nothing. You got me looking bad. What is the problem? What is the problem? Why is it so difficult? Why would I reopen it if you won't open?
You really don't understand, do you?
I need you operating. And you ain't operating. Trying to give me physical problems. All right, here we go. Can I see y'all on TubeViews? Yeah, I'll go to my individual one. Oh, the Levels Grow Show. Okay. Okay. On the TV. Mom, I'm on TV. Yes, okay. So y'all can kind of see this shit. Yeah, it's a huge delay I see, though. Damn it. What the hell? I came apart. Ah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Why you do that? Thank you. Shoot, that was tough. And now, put everything over. Back into my row. Thank you. Now, I feel better. Got my ascot on, feeling great. Got my smoking jacket on. Everything is good to go. For some reason, the stream ain't working with me. Everything seems to be on a massive delay, but that ain't no thing. We went out there. We saw the garden. I defoliated. Sorry y'all couldn't see. But we are going to get into the portion where we talk about natural farming and what got these plants to the size that they are in the grow. The methods I incorporated, different things I did, and so on and so forth to get everything going. Oh, my homie. There we go. Let's make sure he's resized and everything's good to go. Oh, man, you made him all tiny. Come on, give him his respect. I like dude. KNF John. We've watched him quite a few times. He's done very well with Korean natural farming in his own garden, and I appreciate everything that he has done. Yes. Okay, so you are raining. It was starting to rain for me, so I guess I'm going to get it in a couple hours. But yeah, please post the video after you defoliate and do everything. I forgot my cords are like 4 to 6 feet long, so it won't give me the range that I need to like really show y'all what I wanted to show you. It was kind of my fault. I started this shit fucking late. But I forgot to just show you the best group of plants to defoliate I had to structure the camera in a different way, and it just wasn't happening today. I got better videos of it, but I hope you saw the skunk. I'm gonna do more videos, but the skunk triple back cross. And why are you doing this? Why is my ascot not scotting? Oh, it's equal. There we go. Okay. One more time, shall we? I learned how to tie fucking with this ascot, because I could never do a tie before. So then the flare, this is how what Fred and Mr. Furley would have it in the cartoon. This was Fred shit, but I like the more classic. And you take the back piece of the tie and actually fold it over, so you don't see the actual knot in the tie. And I feel more regal and snooty. I feel like Ichabod Crane or something. Come on, get under the damn. Thank you. And I got my Hugh Hefner on my Morris Day on. So I appreciate that very much. So, but on to one of the first natural farming things I did besides lactobacillus. JMS, Jadam Microbial Solution. You go to the oldest tree that you can find locally around you. Gather up, like brush back the top leaf layer like an inch off. Gather a handful of that dark, rich leaf mold soil. Place that into sock, muslin bag, cheesecloth. Then you take a tablespoon of sea salt. I always kind of forget that part. And an equal amount, a handful of potato, baked, so it's already good, the nutrients is unlocked. You place that into a 5-gallon bucket of water. The microbes that you placed, a handful, basically feast off of the salt and the potato starch. It starts to build up a foam, which will let you know if it tingles, it's working. You can take that, put that into 20 gallons of water or to 50 gallons of water, depending on the needs of your soil. If you've already got a thriving living soil, everything is already acclimated, you already have indigenous microbes in the soil, you can apply it at a 5-to-1 ratio. You can basically put the 5-gallon bucket into 50 gallons of water and you're good to go. It will multiply, nurture, and help to break down organic material already in your garden with the aid of the already indigenous microbes in your garden. It just helps to culture it up. This takes about 2 or 3 days in your backyard. You need a bucket, 5 gallons of water, preferably rainwater, dechlorinated water, handful of potato, and some soil. Here we go. This is what started me off on my journey, baby. Are we there?
In this video, we're making Jadam Microbial Solution, also known as JMS. Let's get into it. So the material we're gonna need for this is gonna be potatoes,
let me give him a little
15
boot.
grams of sea salt, some leaf mold or soil, some IMO3 if you have it, and if not, that's okay, you don't need it. Some cheesecloth.
Oh yeah, please show it off, Steve.
Rocks to weigh them down in the bag.
Okay.
Zip ties.
Okay.
4 gallons
He's a
of
little more professional than me,
water.
I see.
I let this water sit out for about 24 hours, so that way it's non-chlorinated water. I'm gonna go ahead and put my 15 grams of sea salt into the water.
Stop doing it.
Let's go ahead and stir that in.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna take the potatoes. I got my cheesecloth right here. We're gonna go ahead and put them in to the
Okay,
bag.
here we go.
Now I like to use a rock in the same bag. It down
Like
as it's brewing into our water.
Beer brewing also has mesh bags, 10 pound bags, varying in size, that you can use as well. beer brewing and gardening really kind of go hand in hand, I feel. And a lot of the equipment that can go into beer brewing can go into gardening. The spent grain, the Irish moss, the calcium chlorinate, the gypsum. These are a lot of things that are in beer brewing that also overlap into gardening.
And go ahead, tie that up.
Tie me up. Tie me up, I never stop.
Now, I don't tighten it all the way because I want to put my zip tie through this. So we can attach it to this 2x4 as it's brewing in the solution. So I go ahead, take my zip tie.
So I basically use like wires to get this done, but pretty much the same premise. And I have a 6-gallon bucket, so it's a little bit of overlap to allow the foam to grow, as well as it's easier to pull it that way with the little headway, so it's not, the liquid's not right at the cap of the bucket.
It's on the zip tie, and boom, we have our potatoes on our 2x4s. All right, so now in the other cheesecloth bag, we're gonna go ahead and put our active soil in it. This is just soil I have from around the woods in the back here, nice and active. And I do also have some IMO3 that I'm gonna put in there.
This thing
if you
go
don't
any
have
further?
IMO3, absolutely fine. You don't need it for this specific solution. But I had some on hand, so I'm gonna go ahead and use that. Same thing, I'm gonna go ahead and put that rock inside of this bag. We're gonna go ahead and put that soil in there. Put some of that IMO3.
Okay, we're back in the house then.
And same thing, just gonna kind of loosely tighten that up.
Why is this so far back? Everything is so far back in the stream.
Go ahead and put that on through. Get my 2x4.
I'm like 20 minutes behind on when I'm trying to see the chat on my second monitor.
Go ahead and attach that on.
We should be live watching Dude make the JML. Oh, nice transition, homie. Okay, we there. You see me.
So we're gonna take the potato, we're just gonna kind of mash it in there.
Which that part is very key. You want to make sure that the microbes can get past that potato peel layer. Kind of soap up the water, muck it up. Muck up the mud so it's all acclimated together.
All right,
then
so
you'll see some
we
results.
mashed the potatoes in, we got the soil in there. Now we're gonna let this brew for about 36 hours, and it really kind of depends on where you're located. Like I'm here in the south.
Temperature, season, it all matters.
So it's probably gonna be about 2 days for this to be ready. I'm gonna cover this up. I got this big lid right here that just kind of goes on top of it, and we're just gonna kind of let that sit there and brew for about.
I'll put like a grocery store bag over top.
Out on the farm. So
it doesn't take much.
Bit, and then,
the whole premise of Korean natural farming and Jadam is that you're the most cost-effective growing that you can do. You're using things hopefully in your garden to use to help grow other things in your garden. Plastic bags, mason jars, spaghetti jars, like it really reuses a lot of the things that you have already. So there's no, I guess, cost to entry into gardening.
Check on it in a couple days. All right, so it's been about 2 days since the JMS has been brewing. So let's check it out. Let's see if it's ready to go.
Right. Yeah, I love dude.
Let's take off the lid. Did put a plastic bag on it.
Foamy foam. Foamy foam. I trust you, John. I got you, John. Oh, what we got here, baby?
Here is our JMS. Look at all
thick head of foam.
Activity. We see the rings on the outside.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like this.
Talking about.
Go ahead and use that.
Talking about. Alright, so Jay, we about to roll up. Smoke up, light up. I'm gonna need y'all to join me, but I'm gonna let John cook a little bit before we do that. I do declare Gardening in this way is so much more sophisticated.
Alright, for every 4
Nave
gallons of water, we're gonna add almost
Neanderthal
about
gardeners
a quart of the JMS
that follow
solution.
Monsanto.
So we'll go ahead and fill that up, and that's gonna be our
They're
dilution rate.
barbarians.
It's gonna be 1 to 20 to spread all on this farm. So let's get into it.
Let's get it, man. Come on. Watering it down. So what, he's got about five gallon buckets to distribute everything in. It makes the math easier that way.
All right, we'll just start on one side and just work our way into the other side. Let's spread this JMS on this.
Sorry, this is one of his earlier videos, and I think he did this shit before. Like, he just didn't know, man. But I fuck with you, man. It's about the garden. Editing is another talent. Oh, I forgot to let him cook before I light this up. So I need y'all to join me with this shit. Put my smoking jacket on for a reason. To party with y'all, motherfucker. Way to go, John. Come on, baby. Give it to me.
All right, so we got a JMS on this plot here, and really JMS is just a great introductory way to get microbes into your soil. It's an easier way than making your indigenous microorganisms, because I know sometimes that can get a little complicated. So I would look into the Chatham system. It's a great introductory way to get into natural farming, and that's actually how I got started before I kind of dove deep into Korean natural farming. Once you get it down and just kind of work with it and just kind of play around with it, you kind of know for yourself what works and what doesn't work. So we're just going to see the magic happen. We're going to see these microbes dig deep down into the soil and give it a little aeration. And just
I thought we were going to get to see the after, man. That's cool, though.
Plant some good food next week. Probably put some wood chips on the plot, too, and then get our compost in there. But this has been Let's Make JMS. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. If you like this kind of video, hit that subscribe button.
Plug yourself.
And let's grow food the natural farming way.
Come on, man. You were supposed to give me the plug. Yeah, this John KNF. Holla at me. Oh! I didn't get it, though. That's okay. That's okay, John. That's my boy. I've really admired his different videos on diving into KNF and Jadam. He has been a great resource for me. I'll definitely say that. Once you go past the Chris Trumps, and I forgot the other dude's name, who's like his minion. He looks like a troll. He looks like a golem with hair. Once you get past that, lactobacillus time. These are the two main things that really not only got me into Korean natural farming, got me into organic, living soil gardening, regenerative gardening, all that rabbit hole of just taking your microbes and making sure they're thriving within your soil to be able to break down the organic material that your plant will need to serve itself and get those. What did we hear in the first video? Monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, thiols, to hit up LSG, esters, I guess that's what we're looking for in the skunk, with the rotten skunk smell to bring into elder leaf collectors. And what I'm looking for is, the wildlife, the insects, the pests that we saw. We got to saw that orange and black bug that's like a egg eater. And like really goes after aphids hardcore. We got to see some ladybug, even though it dropped and like, Geronimo! It fell off the leaf. We still got to see that out there. And earlier this morning, I came out and saw a little baby praying mantis. So if you remember, earlier this year, we had the praying mantis sack from the original haze that my wife was growing. I threw that out into my garden. It seems that this is like the third, fourth year in a row we've got a praying mantis sack, and they have come through, and that's really going to help us with our pest control. Neem oil and karanja powder is something that I place on the soil, but I've given up on the neem oil spray, the cold pressed neem oil spray, and just relied on what my natural environment has done. It seems that the aphids have come the past 2 years. I had them about, I had them about 5 years ago. They stopped for about 2 years, and then the last 3 years or so, they seem to have come back. But I've noticed it's lessened in butterflies, which is what I originally was getting, and upped in ladybug, praying mantis, and that black and orange bug production. Ants have been kept down to a minimal, which is amazing. But that's pretty much what I incorporate into my gardening. You got to see me strip, defoliate, and supercrop, lollipop, supercrop the plants. And that's part of the pest management. The way everything was kind of naked all the way down to the bare bones, you can see the skeleton of the plant for the most part. Throughout the course of the day, the sun being able to shine directly on the main stem is a huge portion of what keeps the pest out. I had a huge lanternfly problem about 4 years ago. 8, 9 of them would just cluster on the stem. Now that I've really kept up on defoliating and lollipopping, they won't even make, they're still out there. I will see one, but it's like 1 per plant versus 10 per plant. And I honestly don't know what kind of damage they do to the plant, so I just don't want you up there. But now I'm all ready. We're going to look at lactobacillus. We got to see JMS. We're going to look at the production of lactobacillus. These are the 2 main things that I use in my garden. 3 being brown rice vinegar. But this is what helps me to keep the soil thriving and I guess keep the plants thriving indirectly. But here we go. Here we go, baby. And the chat still.
Hey everyone, today we're talking about lactic acid bacteria, or LAB for short, and its uses in a regenerative gardening operation.
Now, as I said, beer and gardening have a huge crossover. Lactobacillus is used in brewing beer. Those are known as sour beers or lambic beers, Baltic Atlantic beers, farmhouse beers that take lactobacillic bacteria to ferment their beers, which gives it more of a funky, sweaty, dank smell than we're accustomed to with the normal brewing yeast that leaves it clean, possibly a fruity but dry imparchment on it. So because lactobacillus is rampant in the air everywhere, farmers used it to create beer, farmhouse beer. I had mentioned the lambics, things like that. But you can also incorporate this into gardening. It helps to break down organic material. It helps to reinforce the bacteria or health layer that is on the leaf surface. Will prevent, if there's any kind of imperfection or scratch, a layer missing on a leaf. This will just help to ensure the protection of it from not only sun, pest, wind, the environment. Another advantage of lactobacillus, it keeps smell down. A lot of times gardeners will incorporate manures and things like that. Compost sometimes might leave some different odors. The lactobacillus helps to control odor management, especially on farms. People have pigs, chickens, where their dung can become quite pungent. You can spray lactobacillus on it, and because of the breaking down of organic material effect, you kind of miss that putrid section of organic matter breaking down. Whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot I was procrastinating. I'm having too much damn fun. So, but I'm glad I stopped because now I realize, we on beer number 4, B.I. And I'm with no chat, so forgive me. Body count is moving. Oh, you buried 3 rats next to your Gorka. Okay. And I know you are a fan of the. I'm gonna throw the rat in the fertilizer and breaking down into the like fish head method, taking fish heads and putting it into the garden to break down and be a what you call that? A long-lasting fertilizer, slow-acting fertilizer. But I would agree with you. I would have to say, out of all the land animals, a rat probably would have all 83 elements, as seaweed or kelp or using sea salt, as in the JMS we just saw, would do. Hey, I don't want it to be Freddie or Mr. Furley. I want it to be Morris Day, B.I. Come on now. Mm-hmm. Again? Okay. We're going to keep it Elvis style. Yeah, boom, fine. I'll keep it lounged out. I got my tie off. I got my tie loose. The little tassels. You don't want to cooperate with me? Fine. You don't have to cooperate with me. Still got my smoking jacket on, damn it. And I wanted to up the body count. Yeah, boom. We got up that body count. We on beer number 4, baby. We are at our old, what you call it? Our old record. We are at our old record. We are at our old limit of 4 beers, which I guess this year we upped it to what, 6 beers? 5 beers, 6 beers? We went crazy one fucking stream. I know that. But if you could all join me, this isn't the Hindu Kush. This is actually Skunk One. But if you put some fire to weed, then we can all have fun.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Whoa. Can't hear you. I don't hear you. Fantastico! I feel great. Smoking Skunk One makes me pontificate, and the smoke into my lungs. It penetrates. I love smoking. I love growing. You have to make the soil good for your seeds to be sowing. Woo! Holla. I'm just kidding. Beer number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Did we up the body count? We did not up the body count, which is the point of doing everything. You jackass. So now we have up the body count, correct? Body count is accurate, Afro. Now I feel it's appropriate. We can go into the learning about lactobacillus portion of the show. Shall we? We shall. Back to our regular scheduled program. Growing with the Griffins. This reminds me of the fermented rice water that you had mentioned, James.
We've mentioned LAB several times already in previous.
Which I only saw the fermented rice water in like using it as a facial preparation or using it as a hair conditioning.
But we wanted to show you the really simple process of making it, as well as cover the basics of what it is, why it seems
a
to
hair
work,
treatment.
And how to use
That's
it.
what I'm trying to say.
Lactic acid bacteria, simply put, is a catch-all term for beneficial cultures.
This motherfucker got a thick lactobacillus. That shit just look like sour milk and shit. Like my shit is a little more clear than that. Not as yellow, but that shit is pure. It's concentrate. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Oh, baby, I like it raw. And it seemed like he got some raw. That raw.
That are helpful for plant, soil, and animal health. These LABs are found all around us in the air, in the soil, on your food. They're in your body. They're everywhere. The idea behind making a soil amendment out of these guys was popularized by Master Cho, the creator of Korean natural farming. but has likely been used since ancient times. Making this soil amendment involves catching the LABs native to your area and culturing them using rice wash water. Step 2 is the second stage of the process that encourages rampant proliferation of these microbes, and this is done by feeding the LABs milk. The nutrients in milk will cause the LABs to mature into a fierce culture that can be...
And, funny enough, lactobacillus, lactose sugar, is in milk. So boom, you giving it more of what it needs. The same way as in-place composting or the method of Chadam liquid fertilizer. You can actually specialize it to feed it directly to the plant that you are trying to feed. So you take the scraps, the loose leaves, the old tomatoes from a tomato plant, place that in water, add the dark leaf mold for your JLF concoction. You feed that tomato solution right back to the tomato plant because it's already elementally composed for the tomato plant. It's specified. It took the elements it needs, so feeding it right back will be perfect. Kind of like what's the Gatorade premise? You sweat more than water. Replenish what your body needs. And that's kind of the premise of doing this. Everything that you do in the garden. I don't shun any method, but there are some no-nos. Yes, there are some cardinal no-nos, but all roads lead to Rome. No matter how you garden, I guess some methods are better than others. But as long as you're growing cannabis, you're in the right place.
And be used to defend your plants and your soil from disease and harmful bacteria. LAB are often referred to as the law enforcement of the garden.
Yes.
They establish healthy colonies that crowd out and diminish unhelpful colonies of bacteria. This is one of the simpler natural farming gardening amendments.
Okay. That was good. That was a lesson I forgot in the grand scheme of Korean natural farming. He's right. The lactobacillus are called police. They balance all the microbes out there, so one doesn't outpower the other. And I forgot about, yes, the benefit of if there are putrid, black mold, red mold, bad bacteria or fungi species in the garden, lactobacillus will curb and possibly destroy, kill all the bad microbes out there in order for you to get the best results from your plant.
That you can make. So it's a great place to start if you're looking to kind of dip your toes in. Start by rinsing some organic rice, white or brown is fine, and rigorously move the water through
it's
the
got to be white,
so
not
that
brown.
The residual starch begins.
I've tried using brown rice water. It doesn't seem to like acclimate the same way that the white rice does. I've definitely tried. I was like, oh, well, if white rice will help to make lactobacillus, when I'm making this brown rice vinegar, let me go ahead and culture up this brown rice. Well, yeah, the shit, just the brown rice kind of smells like old funky cheese, literally. It has a initial smell of vinegar, but then it gets this funky, cheesy, nasty, old, like blue cheese smell to the end of it. And I'm figuring lactobacillus had infected the vinegar that is in there. I still use it. It seems to not have any bad results, but I would suggest if you're making lactobacillus, you use white rice, whether it's basmati, jasmine, Uncle Ben's, white rice.
To cloud the water.
Bluefoots. What's a bluefoot? Is that a shroom? I did see the... Unmistakably, it looks like nothing else. Well, I didn't show you the dieselberry. Don't speak too soon. No, actually, yeah, there's nothing that looks like that skunk. I've seen imitations. I've seen duplications, but I have not seen anything that looks exactly like that. Now, I'm going to the next video. I did show the skunk in the bucket and in the ground. I'm going to do that again, but I'm also going to show the dieselberry so you can see what I'm talking about with the like overlap. You called it overlapping leaves. I'm glad you said that. I called it finger jab. Poke you in the eye. Oh, my eye. Captain Insano shows no mercy. Poke me in the eye. Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Wash the rice thoroughly so that you get a nice cloudy mixture. Then cover this with a cloth or paper towel and a rubber band and place it outside in a protected area, preferably shaded, but where there's plenty of air.
Yeah, this is perfect. Paper towel and a rubber
3 to 5
band,
days,
baby.
you'll see a white film begin to...
A jar. Any jar will do. Of course, Mason, you can get them specified to hold large amounts. I prefer the quart jar, but I'm realizing more and more that when I'm delving into making RSO, making lactobacillus, making brown rice vinegar, or messing with any kind of JLF, Jadon micro, the larger quantities is what is needed. And I'm telling you the truth. In the beginning, you're just experimenting. Then when you find out you love it, because you will love it. You will love it. You will love it. You will like it. Once that happens, oh, no wonder I don't got my drinking music on, you son of a bitch. I'm like, hold on. I'm thirsty, but I don't feel inspired to drink. It's just all on my own willpower. Oh, well, no wonder the music ain't playing. There we go. It's just my mental fortitude to trudge on. Why do you keep drinking? Because I choose to. Yeah, hit him with the Matrix. Hit him with the Matrix. Johnny Cochran. Yeah, I know you want to date tricks.
Kind of form on top of the liquid. It smells a little bit sweet, and this is a sign that the LABs have begun to populate your rice water. Once this has happened, you can add your milk. For a quart of cultured rice wash water, you need to add a gallon of milk. Next, to let this sit covered for an additional 3 to 5 days.
Here we go.
You're looking for the curds and the whey and the milk to separate fully. Once this is
I believe that's the curds and the whey. And then you can actually take that thick layer on top and make cheese with it. That's basically how cheese is processed.
And you can then pitch your curds and strain the whey.
Okay, use a large container. Now, I usually keep it in the jars for the fact that once that head of cheese or that thick curd layer happens, once you place it on the filter and the funnel, it seems to help be a good filter or bridgeway from keeping the big bad particles out. Now, he's basically scooping them out. I think you can save yourself some effort if you just put a coffee filter and on that funnel and have had a mason jar or some kind of wide mouth glass container and dumped it over top of that jar.
And voila, now you have LAB that can be applied to your curd.
Tobacco plant, your tobacco
patch.
Amendment,
you can either put it directly in the fridge, or you can add equal parts brown sugar or molasses by weight, and it can be kept.
You took off your top layer of soil with a pickaxe and basically got ready to make your tobacco patch.
Your LAB collection is diluted 1 to 100 in water directly onto your plants. Or
you really inspire me, got my wheels turning, Steve. I don't know if I can say that enough. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream, but once, like, beans is my shit. I grew a couple beans like a few years ago. Basically pinto navy beans, I think, was what I was growing. But I was like, I want to culture up some beans so I can like make my own soup and shit. But it never really went to fruition. But once you gave me those Iroquois skunk pole beans, I'm like, okay, this is it. It's just gonna be bean world. We're gonna do the pinto beans, the navy beans, the Iroquois skunk pole beans, because they go up and don't take as much real estate up horizontally. We're also going to do the green beans the same way. So trying to incorporate the food that we eat. Yeah, I gotta get my phone and my editing software, and we're gonna make a march.
As with all KNF and Jadam amendments, you can apply these undiluted to bare soil as a soil drench, but LAB is so concentrated that if you're making this much, it should last you the whole year for a small scale garden. In addition to use on plants,
like
LAB
2
can
gallons
be used in a
will
variety of other
last
ways.
the whole
It is
season.
an excellent addition to seed starting
Feeding
mix.
every day or every other day.
Very diluted with your water, maybe 1 to 1,000. A little bit goes a long way. You can use LAB in composting to give your compost pile an extra boost of microbial activity. Some say that it helps heat the pile up more quickly in a thermophilic.
Now he said using it in a 1 to 1,000 ratio. So basically the way I incorporate lactobacillus, the way I incorporate brown rice vinegar, and probably fish amino acids, something I haven't done, but I've watched quite a few videos of, is that the premise of Korean natural farming is it basically takes a teaspoon in 1 gallon of water to suffice and get accomplished what you want accomplished. So if you can imagine, I'm stealing from Steve, I'm living vicariously through him, getting fish heads, I guess placing the brown rice, the brown sugar on it, the brown rice at the bottom, fish heads, brown rice cap, brown sugar cap, and letting it dissolve down. Really, what's the cost? Hopefully you can get the bucket that you're storing the fish heads and the brown sugar in for free, but really the cost of it is the brown sugar that you have to get from the store. That bucket that you have, whether it's 2 gallons, 3 gallons, 5 gallons, will last all year, and the initial cost of it was the brown sugar. If there's not a cheaper way to farm, I don't know what is. Jadam liquid fertilizer. You basically take dark leaf mold and you can feed it. It's like a fucking, what's the shit? A goat, garbage disposal, a pig. Whatever you put in that bucket will dissolve, be broken down, liquefied, and be plant readily available to be fed to the plant. Once again, a teaspoon into a gallon of water goes a long fucking way with this shit.
Composting operation. We like to spray a little bit of LAB in with our bokashi composting bins to help the culture stay free of pathogens and ferment more quickly. And another way we've used LAB and a lot in the past is with our chickens.
That's a laundry.
LAB can be added to their water in small amounts and even sprayed
that
under their bedding to keep the smell down and just to keep everything in the coop and run healthy. If you're using chickens to break down materials like leaves and straw for composting, the LAB will really aid in this process as well. And there you have it. These are some of the many uses of LAB. We really hope that you give this one a shot, since it is truly one of the easiest natural farming amendments you can make. If you have any questions or comments, please leave those below as always, and make sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel if you'd like to get notified of more videos like this in the future.
Plug it. Come on, man. It's supposed to be growing with the Griffins. Subscribe to the channel. Brutal Monkey. Enjoy yourself, fellow Cannabisians. Streaming on Kick. Like, yeah, you gotta plug that shit. You gotta plug yourself. And even put the name on it. I know it seems tacky, but this is what needs to be done to grow. One person at a time. 20,000 subscribers, one person at a time. 500 live viewers, one person at a time, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Time to drink, time to smoke. Up my hopes. Grow some shit I'm trying to smoke. It's potent, it's purple. I love it. I can't wait to put it in the oven to try it out and check what I made. It was sunny, but also a lot of shade. Oh, the sulfur. Hell yeah, from the Griffins as well. As I said, I got the prilled sulfur. I got the powder version, and I got the liquid form of it. Fulvic and humic acid. I couldn't think of humic earlier. But I'm sure there's plenty of that, so we can get that sulfur expression. I can get more rotten egg, mountain water, dirty socks smell out the skunk triple back cross. And then hopefully everything this year goes to a success. Yeah, I'm sorry that the outdoor video wasn't as great as we needed it to be. So I've got to figure out how the fuck to get 2 cams and make that shit transmovable for y'all to be able to see. I think I actually know. There's a function on OBS called Ninja where you can take your phone and turn it into a camera. Yeah, it's a little iffy. I know when I get to the back of the garden, the Wi-Fi whips out, and you kind of need to be able to share Wi-Fi in order to make it work, but I'm going to try one more time. We're going to go back next week and look at the garden. Hopefully I can arrange all of that for you. I appreciate you all being here. Trying to do different things. Trying to do shit that's new. Trying to do shit you don't see on live stream without committing a crime and going to jail. But still live doing things. Actually, the other reason I wanted to do a camera, I thought about this. What do y'all think about... I was thinking about going in front of the dispensary that I used to go to and doing a little questionnaire on people. Doing a quick little street interview. Asking 5 to 6 questions as the line is going through the dispensary, just to kind of, buy their time, whatever have you, so on and so forth. I've got 5 questions written up, but I'm thinking, you know what? I should probably get somewhere from 8 to 10 questions. So if a lot of people do the interview, I can mix it up. So it's not just the same 5 questions being asked to 20 people. We can get 10 people with one version of the questionnaire, and then we can get 10 people with the second version of the questionnaire. If it is going to be 20 people in the video, say. But what do y'all think about that? Like, how do you consume? What are you coming for? When do you start using? Like those type of questions. I'm also I notified my family about the Annapolis eating competition, extreme eating challenge that was in Annapolis, and they seem to be pretty game about it. My son, he just turned 11 with the 27th. He's just kind of getting into seafood. I happen to be allergic, but I understand the value of it. They seem to be kind of hype, like, okay, there's a chance we might get some like good crab cakes or some good shrimp and shit while you sitting there trying to drink the 116 ounce milkshake and eat like a 7-layer cheeseburger. Good luck. Good luck. So that might be a road trip. We might have to do the whole thing. Might have to get in the car, stream the ride there, stream getting there, stream ordering the food, stream trying to eat it, and see what happens. I gotta arrange everything. Like I think I'm gonna call the restaurant first and see what they say I should do. If like, hey, I want to come there live stream. It's a cool. I want to record, basically. Have cameras in there. Is it going to be all right with people? I'm not going to get rowdy. I'm just really in there primarily for the challenge. And if my wife drives and comes there, then that means I really get to smoke it up in the parking lot after we order the food, so I can get your mind right, Woody, for that challenge. That's at least how I'm thinking. Like, that's in a perfect world and shit. But first things first, we gotta make sure y'all can see the plants in the garden better than what y'all saw them. I'm sorry about that. That's what I get for waking up at 9:15, trying to smoke a J with my wife, and then do a live stream in the garden, which was an exceptionally hard stream to try and do because I needed to measure the distance and get the angles of everything, which I lacked. So thank y'all for staying with me. Just the power of cannabis made y'all curious. Oh, I see that shape leave. Let's watch what he do. And I hope that did it. Because if it don't, I'm screwed. I'm screwed, and chop, then screwed. Big time. Oh man. Oh yeah. I guess we back, right? So we can do the shit. We can do the do. You can hit the wheel or whatever it do. Everything else back. We can hit the Diggy Dome. We can hit the Diggy Display. and say ain't do what we did, right? Oh, Bong. Let me get out the Hindu Kush stats, because that was also a part of our mission today, was to look at the Hindu Kush stats, just to see if we got any similarities or anything. Like, you got to see my review of it. I've also done a partial review, like I rolled it up, smelled it, and all that good stuff, just to kind of be fair and not be swayed by the live stream when I'm doing shit. Where we at? Come on. We said right. True. All right, so where we at? Window open. Bong diddy bong, the bang, the bang, bang, a ding, a ding, dong, a dung, a dung, dung. Perfect. That's good. So everything is all to the good. We get the, I'm gonna read you the stats of the Hindu Kush, because we did a little review on it. We got to check it out. This is the Grower's Choice Auto Flower for, oh yeah, I gotta go over this for y'all to see it. This there we go. You get to see the light greenness of it. It was a pretty nice sized buzz for auto flower, I will say. You know, them shits was like in a nice little chunk. Of course, it seemed like it was missing a, like, somebody shot his back out. But I mean, I ain't fucking complaining. Free weed from my homie who grew an auto flower from Grower's Choice. That shit was good. It was flavorful. It was got me high as fuck. So what am I going to say? This is what we going to say, homie. Hindu Kush is 100% pure indica that is native to the local region of the mountains between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now that's where I wanna be. That's where I wanna be as far as genetics go. Where I wanna be. This bud is infamous among users all around the world for its classic indica effects and long-lasting highs that is perfect for a lazy day or sleepy night when you need a little extra help to fully let go. Now, I will say that's the truth. As soon as I got this in my repertoire, we smoked it, I was like, oh shit, this is body relief effect, this is sedative, this is gonna help me go to sleep. I have been using it to go to sleep. This is my third J. We rolled it on stream. Third J. Hindu Kush. It was creamy, got me high as fuck. Like, well, yeah, we smoked a quarter of this shit. We at halfway point right now. We smoked a quarter of that shit, a third of it. That's what I classified it as, a third. I fucking went out there and did the whole fucking garden stream off of that shit. I was fucking long-lasting high is an understatement. That's why I had a little bit of this. I rode from Humboldt County for the past 3 days on a little moped. I was in that classification, motherfucker. The Hindu Kush high is a subtle building onset that creeps on you both mind and body before suddenly taking hold. You feel euphoric effects settle onto your mind, easing any negative or racing thoughts that leave you feeling blissfully unfocused and hazy. As the mind settles into oblivion, the body will begin to follow suit. Once the mind settles into oblivion, the body will begin to follow suit, leaving you couch locked and totally sedated for hours and hours down on end. Soon a sleepy effect will settle in, leaving you dozing off on as both mind and body fade away. Thanks to these long-lasting effects and as high of 22 to 32% THC, Hindu Kush is said to be perfect for treating those suffering from conditions such as cramps or muscle spasms, chronic pain, IBS, insomnia, and nausea or appetite loss. So hold on. You can eat a whole bunch and still won't suffer from IBS? This bud has a skunky, earthy flavor. I got the earthy flavor. Skunky, I wouldn't necessarily go that far. I was getting like leather, worn leather jacket, leather belt. But earthy, nonetheless, creamy, with a sweet, flowery exhale as it touches the fresh woods. Yes, I will agree. The aroma is very pungent and fragrant, with a floral effect that's accented by the fresh herbs and spicy pine. Hindu Kush buds have oversized, heart-shaped, bright forest green nubs with the bright orange hairs and a coating of amber crystal trichomes. Okay. Now, what did I get out of this? Because this was key. The aroma is very pungent and fragrant, and that's what I kept saying. It was like danky, earthy, muddy, fresh herbs and pine. Now, I didn't incorporate pine in there. It was like some kind of citrus, definitely floral in there. Heart-shaped bright nubs. Now, I guess we was getting something extra out of there. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, hold on, baby. Hold on. I'm coming. Oh, yeah, that's the one with the back blowing out. But nice color, nice flavor. It was danky, muddy, hashy, creamy. Like all of that. All of that in a bag of chips, baby. Let me see. So what else we get? So the flavors we got was lemon. I was saying that. The lemon peel shit. I was saying that. Herbal, lemon. I was calling it floral, so herbal. Okay. Lemon, pine, spicy, sweet, woody. Okay. Was it wood? I was getting like wet mud. But like lemon peel, it was like a very interesting effect. And I knew that from brewing beer as well. That was it? Okay, let's hear what these people had to say. The taste of this bud is amazing. 10 out of 10, first time trying it a few days ago. It gave a great high and makes you feel great. And there was no couch lock for him. Like, yes, I have smoked this like midday, and I was still able to function pretty hard. But some of the shit my homies be bringing to work that's like indica heavy, I'll fall asleep at 2 in the afternoon off of that shit. I can't smoke that shit. I gotta smoke like the uppity shit. I'm up more. If you trying to smoke this shit, like we need to go to sleep. We need to take a nap, a siesta. I made chocolates yesterday using Hindu Kush with a little chocolate and a little coffee flavoring. I slept like a baby and they was so good. Okay. Truly a top tier strain. One of my all-time faves. Enjoyed the rosin form recently, and it's always enjoyable. Though flower or hash, relaxing, calm, great for winding down at night and relieving anxiety and pain. And wonderful aromas, flavors, effect. I can't get enough of Hindu Kush. Okay. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. So I got to keep that shit too. I got these stories here, but we probably ain't gonna do that shit. We too far along in this shit for me to keep continuously reading y'all. I got a few news articles. Motherfucker who owned a cannabis place went to jail, and I have yet to read the story. I probably would give me time to actually read the story and see if it's even worth doing. But when I saw that, CEO of former cannabis brand sentenced to 3 years in jail and owes $1.5 million. I was like, oh, this is important. But maybe another time, maybe another new date. We are going to go one more time into Now I gave you the Hindu Kush stats and shit, right? So we are going to next continue with our natural farming, low cost farming is the best way I can describe it, methods. What? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Studio mode didn't go into effect. Like, what the fuck? How come I ain't able to pick the video that I want to show right about now? And the reason you can't show the video, dumbass, is because you didn't hit the right function. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Rolling up J's and getting high. That was solo effort. That was funny to me. All right, bang, 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 ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, ding. So where you at? Oh, OHN. Did we do the sulfur shit? No, we didn't do sulfur. What is this? What is this? What is this? Yeah, I want to see the sulfur shit just to make sure I get this right and just to make sure we cover it so I don't have any excuses. That was the other part. I got to make sure I'm exposed. So now that it's on live stream, I got no excuse to be like, oh, I didn't know how to put sulfur into the soil. That's why the skunk didn't work out as great as I thought it should. Nope. Got no excuse. We about to watch video. Everybody gets to see, without a doubt, that I definitely know what I'm doing when it comes to putting sulfur into the soil. Here we go. Once again, with the Griffins.
Want the security of a disease-free garden but feel guilty about harming bees and other pollinators? Well, look no further because today I'm showing you how to make...
Woo! Coming in hot with that heat. That motherfucker was loud as a bitch. Now, I'm sorry about that. Now, what OHN is? Oriental herb nutrient? It's a mixture of 3 different KNF solutions that they classify as plant maintenance. The way that lactobacillus is classified as the police of bacteria, well, OHN is used in plant maintenance and plant health. This is the plant's vitamins, so to speak, to make sure that it's going to keep growing strong and growing.
Very own fungicide, germicide, wombo combo spray that will not only save your plants from disease, it is also completely environmentally friendly and will run you only a few bucks each year. If you want to learn how to make it yourself, stay tuned because I'm going to be showing you the very precise...
I need a few bucks. One that won't make me sick. Where I don't have to wear the skies and do no tricks. I need a few bucks.
Recipe for making it, and what happens when you don't follow the recipe quite so precisely. Hey, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, I'm Taylor, and for the past 5 years, Cassidy and I have been on our mission to grow more of our own food and flowers using more natural, sustainable, and even regenerative approaches. And Jadam organic farming has been crucial in that journey. We have learned some incredible gardening techniques from 2 of Young Feng Cho's books, to which we'll link in the description if you want to get these yourself. But we've also created several resources in printable form that contain easy to read recipes, dilution rates, and all of that. So that will also be in the description below. Feel free to check those out along with our other videos on some of these techniques. Now, I want to start by explaining a little bit of the science behind this spray. And if you don't care about that and you just want to learn how to make the sulfur, no problem. We've got everything time-stamped. Feel free to jump to that part of the video.
So, I forgot this was a sulfur video. Whoops. This is the Jadam method of making sulfur. It's a solvent, a wetting agent, pest management, mold management, but making it, it creates its own biothermal heat. It gets way past boiling when you mix water and sulfur for the amount of time that you do. But you basically get a thick, cloudy, chalky, yellow liquid. And when you finish, you get a very translucent gel. from what you start with, beginning to end.
What is liquid sulfur and how exactly does it work? Well, in his book, Jadam Organic Pest and Disease Control, Young-Sung Cho describes his suite of pest and disease management. There's the microbial solution that brings healthy microbes to the plant, the herbal solution that deters various kinds of pests, the Jadam sulfur, which fends off plant disease, and the Jadam wetting agent, which binds the other ingredients together and helps them stick to and spread out on the plant leaves and stems when applied foliarly. From what I can tell, the name Jadam sulfur refers mostly to the method of creating the liquid sulfur. Instead of heating up the sulfur through mechanical processes to dissolve it in water, Jadam sulfur uses chemical processes, specifically combining sodium hydroxide with water to generate the heat necessary for dissolving solid sulfur. Once the chemical process has been completed, you're left with a water-soluble sulfur spray that can be combined with the other inputs previously mentioned and then sprayed on plants. But how does sulfur prevent disease and even kill it once it's appeared?
So the best way I can describe what it looked like to me, the 3 or 4 times that I've seen it, and I think I've tried to show it to y'all, it ends up looking like Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo. That's what it ends up looking like. You start out mixing water, lye, and sulfur pellets into a bucket of 5-gallon bucket of water, 10-gallon bucket of water, depending. But it's very cloudy and yellow, like particles are flowing all in it. By the time you finish the process, yeah, it ends up looking like Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo, and I'm guessing it's some form of that.
Well, sulfur has long been recognized as an all-purpose fungicide and germicide. The sulfur itself makes conditions that are not suitable specifically for pathogenic microbes. Now here we're going to get a little bit nerdy. What is so cool about sulfur as an antifungal compound is that it primarily targets fungal pathogens through specific metabolic disruptions, such as enzyme inhibition and oxidative stress, which have been shown to be more pronounced in harmful organisms. The reason that sulfur doesn't harm beneficial fungi and bacteria is because beneficial microbes often possess either adaptive mechanisms such as enzyme systems that neutralize sulfur's toxic effects, or they're able to metabolize it in other ways into non-toxic form. A lot of beneficial microbes actually thrive in sulfur-rich environments. Bacterial species such as Thiobacillus and Pseudomonas convert sulfur into sulfate, which is a plant-available nutrient. Now, as with just about anything, overuse of Jadam sulfur can lead to conditions that are actually harmful for plant and microbial fertility. So it's important to be restrained in your application. And we'll dive into dilution and application rates later on. But it's always advised that you start by doing a few tests on a few plants to make sure that you're not applying it too strong. So those are a few of the reasons why sulfur is so potentially helpful in fighting against plant disease. That earlier. Young-Sung Cho and others have reported eradicating nearly every common plant disease.
You got crushed by ice last year. Fuck. Because that did happen. We did get an ice storm, but it was after I harvested the original haze. So I'm going to give you like a warning, like weather update warning on like when I'm harvesting my plants. And I think you're like a month, 3 weeks, 2 weeks ahead of me as far as weather goes. So if I'm saying something like, you know, it's time to step on it. But okay, you got crushed by ice. That's fucked up. I remember how horrified I felt when I was harvesting that Colombian in the snow. And then like 2 hours after the video went off, the sun came out. But like I was panicking. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be so embarrassed. Like I'm gonna lose all this harvest. I want to try this shit. Like please don't let it get frosted and ruined. And none of that happened.
Things like powdery mildew, rust, black spots, blight, all eradicated by applying Jadam.
But I feel that y'all have helped me quite a bit, so that anything I can do to help James, I'll say so. Oh, no, you're not a couple weeks ahead of me. You are probably, maybe 3 days ahead of me. That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, I'll definitely say something.
Now must be our moment for action. The time to answer humankind's greatest challenge is now.
I know. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, this is where I wanted to get to. Yeah, I missed this shit. I just got a 20-second clip of a weed patch of my off your porch, so I can go get a top view of it. Perfect. Pain in the ass because of the rain. It keeps hitting the button. Yeah, the button, the rain will fuck the screen up big time. No, I don't want to change the time. No, I don't want to like add light to the background or whatever. I was serving a year in juvenile detention for fighting your stepfather over plants we were growing together. Someone called cops, and they came from my white rhino plant. Oh shit! So this is the fucking puzzle piece that's missing from this juvenile hall shit. Okay. And this makes a lot more sense to me. Okay, you are fighting your stepfather, and I'm guessing like yelling, fighting. Possibly, what? You were young and he was old, and you like, this is it. That kind of fighting. Because I, from what I gather, you hold your stepfather in high regard. I think. There was a kid from the city going on about Piff, and the dude was going to Ithaca to buy it. So I knew the grower of his haze, and other kids knew the dealer. It was NL5 crossed with haze, not Neville's haze. But it was made by Neville. I mean, yeah, I get you. You're the man. Damn. So let me get this straight. I'm lying here. So let me get this straight. You got in a fight with your stepdad over people saying that they had Neville's haze with a Piff from Ithaca, but it was really NL5 haze, and so your stepdad backed them up and not you, and so you fought him and oh, you can. And then they called the cops on you because you were too like lethal, one punch man. I don't know if you saw what I said, but Sensi C Hindu Kush is actually NL2. I didn't know that. I didn't know. No, I did not see that. I did not see that. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for reiterating that. I did not see that. It was renamed when Neville sold it at the seed bank to Ben Honkers. Damn. A lot of his work is renamed. Yes, I did notice that. I did notice that with so what is that? Greenhouse is no. Since he sees his greenhouse is Arjan in him, right? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I know a lot of work. Same thing with Shani Baba. A lot of his work got renamed, right? Like that's why we're Black Widow, White Widow in it now. That done? Oh, no, that's not done. I can still smoke it. I can still smoke this. This ain't over. It's not over. Don't say that. Don't dream it's over. Hey now, there's a wheel left over.
Sulfur. Of course, many will hear this and think, well, if I just grow healthy plants, I shouldn't face problems with disease in the first place. And that's true. In theory, healthy ecosystems and microbial-rich soil prevent disease from spreading to your plants. But in practice, sometimes it's just not the case. And it is nice to have something on hand to be able to respond quickly to a dying plant, especially if you're expecting to get food from that plant or if you're growing it for market. Now, because of how effective sulfur is in dealing with these fungicides, you'd think that someone would have started making this, bottling it up, and selling it to struggling gardeners. And you'd be right. In fact, sulfur is the primary ingredient in most store-bought fungicides and germicides that you're likely to find.
I didn't know that.
So why not just go and buy one of those products? Why bother making it yourself? Well, you totally can do that. And especially if you find a reputable company selling sulfur spray, feel free to do that. But with the laws and regulations surrounding what exactly companies are required to disclose regarding the ingredients of gardening amendments, I am skeptical, to say the least, about what all is going into a spray that you might find at the store. Most big companies...
Okay. Hence the reason I got like the liquid form of sulfur for your plants. There's other shit mixed in it, but it was primarily sulfur when I looked it up. And then I got the Prill sulfur to hopefully be able to make the Jadam sulfur if I need to. I agree with him that I'm probably not going to be able to find my solution in a bottle because I wasn't able to single out sulfur as a one liquid nutrient for anything. But at least it's chelated and ready to be sucked up into the plant, acclimated into the plant. Water available, soil available. I'm going to try my best. It's going to help with mold, pest man, which I have had mold problems in the past. Primarily it's the chocolate Kush, and I guess that's more denser buds. That's the reason that one seems to have like the mold problems. But anything I can do to help, yeah, because I think Hawaiian Kush, that's like the next thing I can think of that had like pine cone shaped buds. Them shits was fucking huge. It was like, yeah, beer bottle shaped buds. And I guess when I got to the last little bit of it, I discovered that there was some mold, like the white webbing, onto the plant. So that shit just had to be thrown away. I thought about, you know, basically I was throwing stuff in the compost, but you don't want to leave those spores alive. So I was told a plastic bag, anything with boritis or whatever, the powdery mildew, put that in a plastic bag and throw it away. Try and single it out from any plant so the spores don't get anywhere.
Not care about the environment.
But the sulfur would totally help to not only be proactive, reactive, but just add a great nutrient, a great micronutrient into the soil, into the regimen.
They don't care about creating wildlife safe products. They mostly care about getting you the best visible,
How you know that? How you just gonna drag my name
possible,
through the mud like that?
so that you'll buy more
How
of
you
their
know what
stuff.
I'm thinking?
That being the case, you run the risk of other stuff being added to the sulfur spray that you might buy from the store. Sure, it might be slightly more effective in eradicating disease or fending off pest pressure, but the risk that you're taking spraying unknown compounds into your garden is not one that I'm comfortable with personally. In addition to questionable added ingredients, you're definitely going to save a good amount of money in the long run. This cost me $100 to make a little over 2.5 gallons of Jadam sulfur. So if I was to use on the high end a quart of this stuff on our large home garden each season, it's going to last me a decade. $10 a year ain't a bad investment. Whereas if you buy sulfur spray from the store, you're looking at probably twice the price for the cheapest option. So if you want to do a science experiment and save some money, DIY is the way to go, in my opinion. That being said, this is the last of the Jadam amendments that I have come to learn because of its higher barrier to entry. I'll say this a number of times in the video, but while the finished product is fully biodegradable and eco-friendly, the process of making the liquid sulfur is one that you want to be very careful with. With all of that out of the way, let's get into making it. To make the Jadam sulfur, there are really only 3 ingredients that you need: sulfur powder, sodium hydroxide, and soft water. We'll drop the links to the specific brands we used, but most importantly, you want to be using the highest quality ingredients here. And by highest quality, I mean the most pure. The sulfur powder needs to be 99% or higher purity. The sodium hydroxide should be 100% pure. The water that you use needs to be soft water. You can use distilled water bought from the store. We're using our reverse osmosis water filter to get out all the hard minerals. Whatever you do,
I think rainwater will work just as well too. Like one rainstorm ain't gonna fill a 5-gallon bucket, but I have a rain collection barrel, and that's what I incorporate a lot of times into the JMS or JLF, anything that I'm using, because there are microbes as well in that water, coming off of the roof, coming through the gutters. So all of that is culturing up the indigenous microbes that I'm using in the garden as well. From like every form of it, from the water that I'm using to the ingredients that I'm using within to make the input solutions, fertilizers, whatever have you.
Has to be soft. Now these 3 ingredients are going to be combined, and the ensuing chemical reaction is going to liquefy the sulfur powder, making it water soluble and sprayable as a foliar application. And we'll get into exact amounts in a sec. In addition to these 3 ingredients, it's recommended that you add another couple ingredients: red clay powder and azomite or rock dust. Red clay is going to help the solution adhere a little bit better to your plants when you apply it foliarly. This is already meant to be paired with a Jadam wetting agent, which helps it stick to the plant.
I didn't know that.
Red clay will aid in the process as well. Azomite is going to add some extra beneficial trace minerals that are all around good for you.
Azomite is a coined phrase. It is a rock dust. It's azomite as in A to Z minerals. It's got everything that it's going to need. I have a bit of what the fuck is this shit? Rock phosphate, which is rock dust. I have a bunch of azomite, which is rock dust, and something else I have, which is a rock dust. But azomite basically will cover all of that other shit.
Plants. And that being said, neither of those ingredients are required. I am using them because I
which is a slow-acting fertilizer, basically. The rock is incorporated with all elements that are needed to grow. The dust of it is trying to put it in a smaller, easily more broken down form for the microbes to get into and make it available to your plant. Still takes quite a bit of time for the process to happen, but it will happen.
I have them, and I'm trying to get the most out of this spray as possible, but don't feel like you need to go to the main 3 ingredients.
Woo!
I will also recommend that you follow my lead and take extra protect body by investing in some goggles and basic face masks. You want to wear clothing that protects your skin when you make the sulfur, because it's going to rise extremely high in temperature very quickly, and if you accidentally splash some on you, it will severely burn and cause a lot of harm. Please be careful when you make this. Now, I'll be honest, when I first tried making this stuff, I made a brutal mistake.
Wear a vest.
It cost us the whole batch, and this mistake could have easily been avoided had I just read the instructions a little bit more carefully.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
But the instructions are translated from Korean. The English can be confusing at times, so I wasn't exactly clear on why this step mattered. Anyway, the mistake I made was in how much water I added at each stage of the chemical reaction process. You see, the water needs to be added in 2 parts. One so that the chemical reaction can occur, and one later to help the solution cool down more quickly and dilute the intensity. The mistake was adding all water in at once, which resulted in not reaching high enough temperatures to effectively melt the sulfur. Sulfur melts at very high temperatures.
So he's using like a crab boiling pot. That's like a 10, 15 gallon motherfucker.
This is what the undissolved sulfur liquid looked like. Practically nothing melted, and we had to dispose of it. And in case this happens to you, please be responsible and dispose of it properly. I waited until the sulfur had fully settled at the bottom of the pot, and then I poured off the water from the top, and I reserved the sulfur powder to be disposed at a local waste site in my town.
Come on, stop playing with me.
Bummer. You can check. My second attempt was successful, however, and that's the one that...
Stop playing with me. Oh, Castle Labs came back. That's what's playing with me. It's 2 different versions, and they both faking on me. They're both faking on me.
We'll show you. So for making a 10-liter batch of Jadam sulfur, you will need to measure out 2,500
You need a man I can to use a
1,000 gram hydroxide or 5 liters of water in either a heat-proof bucket or a stainless steel pot. You will also need an additional 3,200 grams or 3.2 liters of water reserved for later in the chemical process. Additionally and optionally, you can measure out 100 grams of red clay powder and bromide. Once you've measured these precisely in a very well ventilated area, preferably outside, combine the solid ingredients, the sulfur powder, sodium hydroxide, clay powder, and azomite.
Thank you, Ganja Man. I'm trying.
Into the soft water all at once.
The best way that I found to do it is delete as much information you can off your computer to keep it as fully intact memory. And then, like, look at what the webcams pull. I got lucky to get, I guess, basically the, like, Office Depot version of one cam. And then this other cam is 2K. With the one is, what, 1080? This one's, like, 4K. For like $53 off Amazon, but it doesn't pull much. I'm glad you in here, Ganja Man, by the way. Ganja Man off of the Twitch. This motherfucking... I don't know if you saw what I said, but Sensi Seeds... Yeah, I did see that. I did see that Sensi Seeds had problems with
immediately the chemical reaction between the water and the sodium
Drunkard's brothers, correct?
Hydroxide will begin, and the temperature of the liquid will rise rapidly. You need to start stirring the mixture right away, slowly but thoroughly, with a clean wooden stick or pole to make sure that everything is mixing together fully and there are no clumps or pockets of dry powder.
Okay.
Don't stop stirring for more than a few minutes during this entire process.
These motherfuckers had an electric mixer, the one we saw, the official video from JMS.
The fumes are not ideal to breathe in. In fact, for people with respiratory issues, you may even want to get someone else to stir it for you. Don't mess around with this. We got poisonous fumes coming off the mixture for a little bit here. After only a few minutes, the solution will have raised to 175 degrees Fahrenheit or 80 degrees Celsius, And this is where the sulfur will start to melt. You'll see the mixture
Heat
turn
gun.
yellow and
I've
then
seen a
quickly
lot of that
into
shit.
a deeper amber color. Keep stirring carefully so that you don't splash and drag the stirring stick along the bottom of the bucket or the pot to break up any clumps of sulfur or red clay powder or azomite. And now at this point, as the temperature continues to rise, make sure that it doesn't boil up and over the edge of the pot. If it starts to bubble excessively, you can add in some of your reserve water to cool it down for a bit. Just don't do this too soon because you want the sulfur to actually melt all the way.
I get
or
what
as much
you're
as
saying.
possible.
Make sure it's
We
totally
made this in the
100%
middle of winter, so it didn't get
dissolved.
close to boiling over, but that is something to be aware of. After you've stirred for around
You
15
still
minutes, the
fucking with
mixture
me?
should have peaked in
With drop
temperature and
frames
started
and
to come
shit?
down. Now you can add the rest of the water to help it cool down more quickly. Keep stirring to make sure that as much as possible is dissolving. After another 15 minutes, you're going to be good to cover the container with a lid and then let it sit for 24 hours or so until it completely cools. Once it has fully cooled down, you're ready to strain and bottle it up. To do this, you'll want to agitate the pot as little as possible. There will be inevitably some sediment at the bottom. This is somewhat unavoidable.
Like beer,
if possible,
basically.
you want to skim off the liquid sulfur from the top to get the clearest stuff possible.
Now, I have a pot similar from beer that actually has a spigot on the outside of it that you can drain the stuff from. It actually has a, what do they call it, a bazooka funnel, where it's a fine mesh wire that comes in a tube to also help to take out any impurities, clumps from your final product. Now, it seemed like he's using a really smart idea of using a ladle from the top, which would work. But I think for efficiency purposes, it would be nice to have that little spigot going beep, bleep, bleep. Dropping that shit out, filling bottles like it ain't
nothing.
nothing.
Sprayers, which is a pain. Be really careful going through this process. The
like it
solution
ain't
is not going to
nothing.
be horribly toxic at this stage, but that being said, we started bottling in our kitchen and quickly stopped and relocated because the smell was pretty strong. And a strong sulfur scent is not something that you want in your home. This is probably best done outdoors or in a very well-ventilated area so that you don't stink up the place.
Skunky.
Again, that being said,
stink bomby.
the solution at this stage is relatively harmless. You don't want to drink it, but if you get it on your skin, it'll be fine. The finished product, bottled up, looks like a really cool red color, very distinct amongst the other amendments.
Now, I was saying it was going to look like Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo. That's before the version I've seen didn't have the red clay powder in it or the azomite in it, which would actually darken up the color. But you can see how translucent it is. Like, you're able to see through it, the clarity of it, even through the light.
Use the Jadam sulfur. There is sort of a sliding scale of dilution that correlates to how badly diseased your plants or plant is. For an emergency level rescue mission, 1 part sulfur, 250 parts water will get you there, which for reference is about a tablespoon per gallon of water. You'll want to apply it every 4 to 5 days or once a week, and make sure to reapply it if the rain washes it off. I mentioned before that the Jadam sulfur pairs with the Jadam wetting agent, which is the surfactant that binds the liquid.
There we go.
to the
Now
plant
that's
stems
more
and
so,
leaves.
that was the shit I was talking about. Now this doesn't have the azomite or the red clay powder in it. And this is like the Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo shit. A very light amber, which is orange. A very light orange, yellowish. That's like piss color. But this is also a wetting agent. Like a tablespoon of this will create a lot of soap, which will help to coat the leaves. Not only just like once you spray it, all the water drops off, and like once the wind hits it, it's dissipated. A 5-minute contact time, to where using this, like basically not rinsing shampoo out, will be 10, 15 minutes of contact time with the leaves. So anything that you apply with this sulfur will not only help to reduce the mold, be a micronutrient benefit, but will also help to stay on the plant and coat. So adding this with brown rice vinegar, adding this with lactobacillus will help to really get some long-lasting, staying in a sauna type benefits to your plant.
So make sure to combine it with that if the disease is especially bad. For a breakout or just a moderately bad disease, like if it's starting to show up, you can scale back the dilution rate to 1 to 500 in soft water. That would be like a teaspoon in a gallon of water, and apply it once a week. For general maintenance purposes, you really don't need to apply it, but if you want to include it as a preventative measure, you could dilute it 1 to 1,000 or more. For storage purposes, you just need to keep the sulfur in an environment above freezing, and it will last indefinitely. I recommend storing it in glass vessels. if possible.
number 5
but
fucking
you
did
can use a heavy-duty plastic that doesn't degrade quickly and keep it out of direct sunlight. And that's how to make Jadam sulfur, everyone. Thanks for watching all the way through. And if you found that helpful, you really will want to check out some of our other videos on the Jadam wedding agents.
We have.
Combines
We
with the
watched
sulfur
3
spray.
today.
This is going to make the Jadam sulfur all the more potent and effective. So check that out, and we'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Growing with the Griffins. We watched 3 of them shits today. We watched what? This was sulfur. We watched them do OHN, and we watched them make lactobacillus. So these motherfuckers was on it. We got to watch John K&F incorporate JMS. And these are just some of the methods that I use in the garden to help get the plants where they need to be, the size that they were, even though I guess it was too fucking bright out there. Once again, it was terrible conditions, but I enjoyed being able to show y'all what I had, even though it might have been up close and like Transformer style. I'm guessing that's what it would be comparable to. It was like too up close to appreciate what you were seeing. But that the little engine and could plants that we had in the beginning, as tall as me now, suck it. I'm happy the way the skunk came out, like especially when it first started out. I was like, damn, y'all, I ain't really gonna get much of this shit. I'm able to take clones off of this shit. It grew fucking 4 feet tall. The golden nugget got purple hues in it. It branched out and kind of acclimated and did pretty well. I'm guessing that's somewhere around like 5-6 feet tall, but it's a huge, like, yeah, this is like, my arm is probably as accurate as possible. Let me try and get up. Yeah, it looks more like this. I gotta get put my arm up at a 90-degree angle. Yeah, that's basically what the arm of the golden nugget look like. And the top of my hand is where the main growth is, like the top of the plant. But it's so bushy, wide, I'm gonna get a pretty good yield out of that too. And there's a lot of purple out of that. So that's, I think, also good to note. No, actually we fought because he killed a bunch of plants that were growing together because he was paranoid over child protection. Oh, fuck. Yes. Damn, that's a tough one. Okay, I actually think you're in the right because he was an experienced grower. He should have just told you, move them, transplant them. There's something that can be done for it versus overreacting and doing something permanent from a temporary situation. Okay, number 2, your heart dropped out of your heart. What do you do? So at that point, like, your brain and your heart fell out of your body when you saw what had happened. So what do you do? Only through people checking you, holding you accountable or whatever do you grow. So wow, that fucking sucks. I thought I had it rough when my mom was like, is that weed plants out back? Like on our patio? Oh yeah, you can't be doing that. You gotta kill it. And I'm like, okay, I'll kill it. I'll throw it in the trash. And like, I gotta go run and like put it behind the building until nighttime or some shit like that. Our John owns greenhouse. Thank you. And I think that's actually my strawberry haze, our John's strawberry haze too as well. Thank you. I see he had the ultra haze. Like, he doesn't have ultimate haze, which is exactly where I wanted to go after heavenly haze. But still, I'm like, I'm in trouble. How am I going to compete with this motherfucker? And he's the person I was buying seeds from when I was little. 3 ribs. Oh, of the greenhouse, but put back together. It started raining in Essex. Oh, here we come. So, yeah, I guess I'm going to end everything. Hold on. We got a way to go out of here. We don't got to end it like this. Where's the music? Where's the music? I don't hear you. Where's the music? Yeah. I want to make sure I'm in my drinking best. We go out this morning. There we go. There we go. And we're going to get us to the end on a good note portion of the show, where we are going to jam it up, laugh, make sure we have a good Sunday. Fuck. Rain in Essex, rain in Ithaca. I'm next. I'm doomed. I'm next. We're going to make sure we end on some fun. We'll make sure we laugh, have some good times. Yeah, I definitely know I'm not making it this Monday because I got to finish up some work I did yesterday with my homie landscaping and do some extra work, clean out a shed on the same property. But I want to come in fucking Tuesday. I'm tired of coming in on Thursday and I'm fucking tired and beat. But I'd like to do tour down Thursday. Where are we going? We're going live. Oh no. This is for Steve. We were going to laugh, but now we're going to educate. This is NYC Kev. This is talking about New York cannabis. In the chat, you had mentioned the piff. You got in a fight over this shit. I think it's only right that we ended on a New York dealer, a New York possible grower's testimony. For our end on a good note portion, this is going to be NYC Kev interviewed by LMC. And here we go, baby. Let's do this.
It was just out in the open. It was almost an open market. Maybe I would have got killed if I kept the business. And there would be 400 or 500 guys out on the street hustling. Tell you how much money was being moved there. It was crazy. Well, my name is Kevin, known as White Boy Kevin. I grew up in a Dominican neighborhood uptown in Washington Heights. It used to be all Irish and Jewish neighborhood, but my family was the only one that didn't leave.
Audio-wise.
So I was pretty much like the only Irish guy up there. So I started selling weed probably around 91, somewhere around there. And then 93 Haze came about.
There we go, this should do it.
Well, basically, my whole neighborhood, everybody else was Dominican. It was just me. That's why it's White Boy Kev, you know, like I was the white boy. Un blanquito, that's how everybody knew. My wife is Dominican. My kids are half Dominican. All my friends are Dominican.
I hope this does it for you, Stevie Steve.
You know, like, and then I would say about, there was some Dominican families, but I would say around like 83, somewhere around there, that's when like an influx came in. So within a few years, it just became a predominantly Dominican neighborhood. But, you know, everything's getting gentrified here in the city. So it's the restaurants.
Everything's getting gentrified. That's fucking funny. I mean,
it's a safer neighborhood in Washington Heights now, for sure. But even back in those days, Washington Heights was a high-class ghetto. You know, back in the days, like my mother would get off of work at 11
lost the sour Albany cut in that whole cut down of the plants in the front with your stepfather.
No ladies had to get worried about getting robbed. You know.
Isn't this the? Now, forgive me if I'm wrong about the strain, but I am going to say Sour Diesel Albany strain was the $5,000 cut. So you had it, he cut it down, then he paid 5 G's for it. Life, man, what the fuck? Oh, a lot to Shawnee Bobbitt in the original Widow Seeds that were gifted to me. And it's an amazing strain to start with. I think everything that we're working with is an amazing strain to start with, but I will agree with you there. The fact that Shanti Bomber is like the back that you're jumping on right away is a fucking amazing start. Like the DJ Shorts, the what the fuck is up with the Steve D'Angelo, like that type shit. The Nebbles. What a great way to start, and what a homage to their growing techniques, practices, and what they came out with, their legacy.
At the end of the day, like, this corner's mine.
What the fuck legacy?
So if this kid over here robs somebody and now the cops come, now I'm shut down. So I keep that shit out. You know, so basically each block had their own bosses, because, you know, the kids from the neighborhood grew up there. They end up taking over and they got the neighborhood. And, you know, it was a high deal. At one point, I think Washington Heights was the murder capital of the world.
Washington Heights.
Like 88.
Washington Heights. No, we got
the murders were just out of control, but it
DC.
wasn't because the neighborhood wasn't safe, because people were like, it was like drug dealers were getting robbed. Yeah,
Capital
you know,
High.
like drug dealers killing other drug dealers. You know, there was so much money in the 80s. Like with the crack epidemic, it was just absolutely bananas. We go out to a club, everybody meet up on the corner on 163rd, and there'd be 40, 50 guys getting ready to go out to the club, and everybody had a G in their pocket, if not more. Like, everybody made money. Now, the Heights, like, the corners are dead. Like, the game has changed so much, the streets, you know, like, everybody's a weed dealer now. You know what I'm saying? Like every kid with a backpack is selling weed. Everybody's so cool because they're weed dealers. But back in the days, you know, like, not everybody, but some people looked at me like I was a crack dealer because I sold weed, you know? So now you come out and now, oh shit, you're OG, whatever, you know? It wasn't like that back in the days.
Oh shit.
I did a successful business in '99 with my brother. We did the Marina. The Marina is probably the most iconic, like, Dominican spot.
Okay.
You know, it's two Irish brothers.
What you think, Steve?
Me and my brother. I brought in all the bands from Dominican.